Can I get a few hands to see who would like to speak today? We have a few of you. Okay, you can put it down. Thank you. That helps. So I'm assuming, with your hands raised that you're going to speak during open forum. With that, you'll have about a minute 30, 2 minutes. It's about 10, 11 of you. So you guys will have open forum's like 20 minutes. So you'll have like a minute 30 for your speeches. You'll be coming up here. Once you come up here, you can press the button. It will be it'll turn green, and that's when the microphone's on. Trying to think. So I know this is mostly about the Israeli-Palestinian resolution that we're seeing on the floor on second reading today. And with that, I want to state some decorum rules before we call this to order, meaning that just please make sure that your speeches are respectful. We are aware that not only are we all students, but we're human beings, no matter which side we're on the situation, that we're making sure that we're just respectful in our language. We're not talking about other people's character. Those are just some decorum rules that we follow here in our Senate chamber. Of course, no chanting. Just make sure that it's very civil in this area. As you can see, we do have UCF PD here for security reasons. So your safety is ensured. We care about your safety. So if you have any other questions back there, I'll take them now before I call it to order. Does anyone have any questions about what I have just said? No? Okay. I'll call this meeting to order at 7:10 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. No, it's the music. It's music. You may be seated. I also do want to state, please, you guys have been quiet, thank you, but please make sure it's quiet back there while we're conducting business so that we can just hear each other and there's no disruptions. And with that, roll call and verification of quorum, Chair Yalman-Chili.
My apologies, Speaker Holmes. I'm having technical difficulties. Vice Chair Trainer will do attendance today.
Okay.
All right. Lazo?
Present.
Herrera?
Present.
Trainer? Present. Nava-Cruzat?
Present.
Kenna? All right. Morissette?
Present.
Temple?
Present.
Vorn? Absent. Polera,
Present.
Carangle,
Present.
Daedalus,
Present.
DeCara,
Present.
Butler. All right. Campbell. Okay. Lazier is excused. Fintel,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Moore. Okay. Rose. Okay. Whitson. All right. Yara. Okay. Quiroga. Carter. All right. Wanjan.
Present.
Okay. Samilo.
Present.
Humain. All right. Nadella. All right. Patel.
Present.
Okay. Yalman Chili.
Present.
Luthra. Okay. Acosta.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Duke.
Present.
Holmes.
Present.
Donahue. Okay. Lacasse. Polera.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Rivera. Okay. DeMarla. All right. Mittal. All right. With a quorum of 30 out of 43, quorum is verified.
I also forgot to tell you that El Campo has resigned, so they don't count towards quorum today. They
Okay.
just resigned today. Samila?
Were the new senators in attendance? I don't think their names got called.
Oh, okay. And Lax and Torres as well.
Present.
And then Yamachili?
Yeah, I was going to ask Brody a question. Are the new senators in the roster for today's attendance? Okay.
Okay. All right, take a look at last meeting's minutes, and with that, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Approval of the agenda. Take a look at today's. Polera?
Motion to approve this meeting's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this meeting's minutes stand approved. All right, open forum. All those wishing to speak during open forum, are you guys wishing to speak during open forum? Okay. I'm gonna do a minute because there's new people that just came in. Yeah, we had some extra people come in. Can everyone that's wanting to speak raise their hand again, please? Okay, that's a lot more. So with that being said, please Brody. Okay. So Brody's gonna do a sign-up sheet. That's how we're gonna know who's speaking during open forum and get your words put into the minutes. So if you plan to speak, please head over to Brody to put your name on the sign-up sheet, and we'll go in that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now that's a minute. First. Okay. Now that we have some more individuals, it's pushing 20, so we'll have a minute per student. Oh, I also do want to state before you speak during open forum, please be wary that these meetings are recorded and posted on YouTube. So anything that you say or do will be seen and it will be public record. So I do just want to make you aware of that. We're just translating the names to the document, so just give us a moment, please.
Sierra, you can get started if you want to, and we'll keep writing the names.
Sounds good. We're first going to start with Jeremy Kane. Please give an applause for our guest. You have about a minute. Would you like me to let you know when you have 30 seconds left? Sure.
Good evening. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Jeremy Kane, and I serve on the executive branch of student government as the Comptroller. I come here today incredibly disappointed in this bill. I'm here as an incredibly concerned student, a member of the Jewish community, an American Israeli, the founder of Tamid Group at UCF, and a proud brother of Alpha Epsilon Pi. This bill is a classic example of bias hidden behind the false mask of neutrality. This bill serves no purpose other than to create more division and spread falsehoods. This bill essentially compares death tolls, ignores hostages taken by the terrorist organization Hamas, and leaves out a variety of essential information and context. To clarify, this is not a bill that is in support of Israeli or Palestinian students. This is a one-sided bill that makes unnecessary and hurtful commentary on global events and commits lies by omission. President Cartwright sent an email condemning the terror attacks on October 7th, and this bill is in opposition of that message. We have been one of the only college campuses in the entire United States that has remained a safe space for Jews, and this is just one effort to combat that status. At UCF, our objective should be to create an inclusive and safe environment for our students, not to solve global geopolitical conflicts. This is why I'm speaking out today. We are not the United Nations. We are UCF student government, and our goal should be to support our students, not to spread misinformation. Thank you.
If I do butcher your first or last name, just correct me so that I can say it correctly. Next up, we have Alex Rosenblum. You can start when you're ready.
Good evening, members of the Senate. My name is Alex Rosenblum. This is a picture of me from November 1st of this year, dated at 1:32 p.m. I ran into the rabbi on Memory Mall, and he had his golf cart. I asked, "Do you have tefillin? I haven't wrapped yet today." He said yes and gave me the opportunity to wrap. Wrapping tefillin is an important Jewish ritual where we bind our hearts and our minds to God. While wrapping tefillin, two students walked past me and referred to me as a dirty Jew.
30 seconds left.
I did not feel safe on campus at this time. Members of the Senate, if you pass this bill, Jews will not be safe on this campus. It's not just that we won't feel safe, we will not be safe. Thank you.
Hannah Aljalad. Oh, is it on? Is it light green?
Oh, now it is. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Hannah Aljalad, and I'm the Palestinian Student Association president. The resolution presented before you was a challenging achievement, marked by extensive hours and long debates. I stand here intending to make sure Palestinian and Muslim communities are well represented at UCF, as well as ensuring their feelings of safety on this campus. As I address you, my people back home endure relentless bombings, casualties, and the deprivation of basic necessities such as food, water, and electricity. Communication is crippled, and it is hard for a lot of UCF students to contact their beloved families in Gaza. This resolution reflects a grim statistic. 11,078 Palestinians were killed, a number stagnant for 4 days due to resource constraints. I implore you to recognize that behind this number are individuals with names and families. 825 families obliterated, not just losing one or two members, but seeing the end of their lineage. Please take a moment to absorb the gravity of these facts. My intent is not to lecture you, but to prompt independent research and inclusivity. Today, I stand before you pleading for the passage of this resolution and for our president to acknowledge Palestinians on campus, an action he has yet to take, maintaining silence on this ongoing crisis. Thank you.
Next up, we have Noor Salah. I know. I'll get him after. Thank you.
Since when was it ever okay to end innocent people's lives? Generations of families have been entirely wiped out. Electricity has been cut, leaving premature babies losing their lives due to the lack of oxygen. As a Palestinian, it hurts me knowing my people are suffering every day and don't have the privilege of health care. As someone who has family in Palestine, I'm not even able to contact them to know if they're doing well. Their electricity has been cut and they have no access of contacting me. Due to what's going on, this has made me feel very uncomfortable as a hijabi Muslim on campus.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Azier.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:29 p.m. Next up, we have Razan El Sadi. No? Okay. We have Rita.
Hello, everyone. I'm Reda, a member of the Palestinian Student Association. I've been present in previous discussions, and I want to thank all those involved in crafting this resolution, which aims to foster a peaceful environment on this campus for both Jewish and Muslim students, as well as representing both sides. It seeks to stand for the experiences of Israelis and Palestinians, both of whom have suffered losses in the recent conflict. I firmly believe that this resolution holds immense importance, achieving genuine inclusivity and unity within our university.
30 seconds.
It requires treating all voices with equality. I acknowledge the longing for the mention of Palestinians, especially considering that more than a month-long severe bombing has been happening in Gaza. Basic necessities such as water, electricity, fuel, and cellular connections have been cut. Additionally, violence has escalated in the West Bank as a response to the recent turmoil. It is needless to say there is a humanitarian crisis in Palestine. Given the current situation and the recent address by our president on the specific conflict where Palestinian communities were not acknowledged, it is justifiable for Palestinians to demand representation. I look forward to collaborating during this session to ensure equal representation for both communities. While we may have reached an agreement in the previous session, I'm open to discussing any reasonable changes that may be proposed. Thank you.
Next up, we have Salma.
Hello. Hi, my name is Salma, president of the Moroccan Student Society here at UCF. I'm here with Palestinian Student Association. I am in favor of an email that is inclusive to all Israelis, Palestinians, Jewish, and Muslim people here at UCF. In the years that I've attended this university, I prided myself in belonging to a community that is inclusive, fair, and above all, kind to its members, a sentiment shared by many here today. I believe that in order to maintain that and uphold unity, we must ensure that all voices on this campus hold equal weight.
30 seconds.
For us to be standing here today, having gotten so far into this process, proves that Palestinians on this campus feel that they have not been properly represented. I want to remind everyone here that we're not working against each other, we're working alongside each other so that everyone here feels heard and feels that they are properly represented. Thank you.
Edu, is that how you say it? Edu?
Good evening. My name is Ido, and I'm an Israeli student here at UCF. Since October 7, the world turned upside down. Waking up to the news that my country is under attack, terrorists slaughtering civilians in the room, kidnapping people, and thousands of rockets are being fired on my country, my people, is shocking and terrifying. More than 1,200 people were slaughtered and were the target of Hamas attack, including many children and women, Jews and Muslims. Hamas didn't distinguish between them. They murdered everyone. It was a basic attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Since October 7, the anti-Semitism in this country, at this school, reiterated said, Jewish students are scared to walk around campus. People said us hate each other, providing spit on us. Walking out of class, hearing people shouting from the river to the sea, a genocide chant, and it's not ours, shut it down, create hostile environment for Jewish students on campus. They call to the destruction of Israel and kill all the Jews. Are we supposed to feel safe on campus when we're arrested and threatened simply for being visibly Jewish? When PSI share a video that saying no such thing as innocent Israeli, when a speaker in the Young Democratic Socialist Club declared we need Hamas, students making fun of kidnapped kids and taking pictures smiling with the poster, the university is feeling in its responsibility to foster a safe environment for Jews and non-Jewish alike. Thank you.
Marzuka Ahmed.
Hello, my name is Marzuka Ahmed.
I'm speaking today to address UCF's disregard for Palestinians as well as Palestinian students. As a Bengali Muslim American student, I cannot stand to see it. After October 7th, our president wrote a letter expressing one-sided sympathy for Israeli lives only. Since this letter was sent, more than 11,000 lives have been lost in Gaza and more than 150 lives lost in the West Bank. Save the Children reports more children killed in Gaza in 3 weeks than in any other armed conflict annually since 2019. Where is the acknowledgement of Palestinian suffering? Where is the empathy for them? From this radio silence, it is clear to me that UCF values some lives more than others. It is disappointing to see such blatant hypocrisy. It is also incumbent upon me to point out that October 7th did not occur in a vacuum. According to the UN and Amnesty International, Israel is an apartheid state where Palestinians living in Israel are subject to unequal conditions to their Israeli neighbors.
30 seconds.
As a university situated in a formerly segregated country, UCF should be well versed in this subject of oppression, but clearly it is not. These statements, while intended to address the recent situation, have presented a one-sided perspective showing solidarity and concern only for Israel with no acknowledgement of the ongoing and historical suffering and death of Palestinians. As a graduate student at UCF, I would like to be proud of the institution I attend, but when obvious racism like this occurs, I am ashamed. As an institution that is proud to have a diverse set of students, UCF should rethink its thoughtless response to this decades-long conflict. Thank you.
Is there anyone that came in late that would like to speak? No? Okay. Next up we have my place. Joshua Keller.
Hello, my name is Joshua Keller, and I'm a member of the Young Democratic Socialists of America here at UCF. I urge this body to vote yes on the resolution. Ever since 1948, the State of Israel has maintained an ongoing campaign of violence and genocide against the Palestinian people. The UN, a body whose sole purpose is to maintain peace and international coordination, recognizes that the State of Israel maintains an open-air prison for the millions of Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip and is an apartheid state. Michael Link, in his report to the Human Rights Council, stating, "Apartheid is not, sadly, a phenomenon confined to the history books of Southern Africa," unquote, but instead, apartheid is an ongoing violent process being carried out against the Palestinian people. Palestinians living in Gaza Strip have inadequate access to food, water, and power, and I can only imagine how the situation has gotten worse since October 7th. Every single day, innocent Palestinian women, children, and men living in occupied Palestine are being bombed and killed by the IDF. These actions must be viewed as a violation of human rights. I can only imagine how these events are causing a great sense of alienation among our Palestinian comrades and their families. My heart goes out to them, especially when university administration fails to recognize these actions as a violation of human rights. Senators voting yes on this resolution should not be the end of your support for Palestinian liberation. I urge you all to continue to educate yourselves, attend demonstrations, and demand a ceasefire, because none of us in this room will ever be free until every single Palestinian has achieved a liberation and the right to self-determination. Thank you.
Emery.
Hello, my name is Emra, a student concerned by the one-sided nature of our institution's response thus far. It is easy for the university to only talk about one side of this conflict. It is easy to stick to the long-established narrative and ignore thousands of people that have consistently been on the receiving end of undue suffering. It is easy to paint an entire people as complicit in the bad actions of some members of the people. We already have the biases necessary to demonize Arab people built into our cultural narrative. And so it is easy to ignore the suffering of thousands in what the UN calls a humanitarian crisis. But we can and we should do more than the easy. As an institution, we should provide a safe and inclusive environment to all of those affected by this disaster. I urge this body to pass this resolution.
Okay. Next up, we have Ivan.
Good evening. My name is Ivan, and I'm reading this statement for a friend who's at work. My name is Evan Cox, and I would like for a moment to take you all back to your history classes. We have all learned about the horrors of South African apartheid, American segregation, and the Holocaust. Most of us have had professors ask us, if you were alive then, what would you have done? We have likely asked ourselves the same question. Amnesty International has made it clear during the decades of work that Palestine is under apartheid.
30
Prior
seconds.
to October 7th, Palestinians were not even in the back of the bus. They were forced onto different buses altogether. Since then, the United Nations has called Gaza a graveyard for children. They have also called the situation in Gaza a genocide against Palestinians. There is no excuse for punishing entire ethnicity for the actions of one small group. Even Palestinian Americans are facing discrimination here on our campus when their school does not so much as acknowledge their suffering. What you are doing right now is what you have done them. Thank you.
James?
So I'm here today to speak about a lot of my friends in the Jewish community. I'm not Jewish myself, I'm Christian, but over the last year I've gotten to know and be close to many of them. And I've seen them go through one of the hardest and worst times in their lives over the last month. I'm glad to have been there for them, but anything that is impartial to Hamas in any way could be detrimental to them, and this appears to be so. So I can't support a resolution that would potentially endanger my friends. Thank you.
Hanya? Hanya? Oh, the podium right up here. You can walk there, it's okay. You have about a minute when you come up. Yeah. You can come up here, and when you click on it, it'll turn green, and that's how you know the mic is on. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Hani Mahmoud, and I stand here today as an Egyptian American UCF student in complete and utter support of the Palestinian people in their fight towards liberation. What has transpired since 1948 up until this very day has been what can only be described as ethnic cleansing and genocide. The 11,000 plus lives lost, the hospitals bombed to the ground, the countless homes, refugee camps, and schools reduced to rubble has been towards one goal and one goal only: to exterminate the Palestinian people. The Israeli administration has recklessly claimed that their terrorism on Gaza has been an attempt to target the Hamas group. But if that were true, why would they be indiscriminately punishing, carpet bombing, cutting off electricity, water, and supplies to the entire Gaza population? I'll tell you why, but not in my own words. I'll be using the words of Israeli IDF spokesperson Radman Daniel Hagari. The emphasis is on damage and not on accuracy. That is their method, and that method is illegal and inhumane. If a school shooter was hiding in the school, it would never be morally sound to bomb the entire school. There have been many claims made by Israel to attempt to justify their atrocities, such as the vile claim that 40 babies were beheaded, that of which was carelessly retracted by our government only a few days later, or the way that they stated that the reason Al-Shifa Hospital was bombed due to Hamas using it as a command center, only to find out that it in fact was not. You see, this is their pattern. They make an outstanding claim, act on it recklessly, and then when retract it when the damage has already been done. The same way 1 million Iraqis were killed for weapons of mass destruction that were never found. You see, we now live in an age where social media exists, where propaganda no longer prevails, and that's why the tide has turned towards support for Palestine. I want everyone here to pause and think for a second about the magnitude of devastation Israel has laid upon Gaza. I know we tend to think of Middle Easterners as collateral damage, those who are not only used to the horrors of war but deserve it. I need you not to all think of these people as numbers, but as real human beings. Your family, your friends, and yourselves, because that's what they are to us. They are our blood, and we are unified with them always and forever. We will never forget what has happened. Thank you.
Just be mindful of your 30-second mark. Allie?
Everyone knows the saying 6 degrees of separation. Jewish people have only 2 degrees of separation from each other. Since October 7th, this saying has been more real than ever. My friend was present at the altercation at Tulane, and her friend, who was standing right next to her, was attacked, leaving his nose broken. Hirsch Goldberg is a family friend of my friend. He was taken hostage 40 days ago. My friend was at a college party like a regular college kid during Halloween weekend. A couple of her peers attended wearing costumes representing the leaders of Hamas. It ended with those students chanting, "We will kill every single Jew on this campus."
30 seconds.
While the resolution may attempt to state that the Israeli government is not representative of the views of all the Jewish students, nevertheless, when Israel is brought up, it still addresses the one and only state that the Jewish people have. This resolution paints Israel in a negative light. There is no more equivalent to comparing Hamas, a terrorist organization, to the Israeli government. I want to leave you with this. Student government is meant to represent the interests of all the student body. 10% of your student body is Jewish. Look and see how many people came out on such short notice because they were worried about how this resolution may impact their lives on campus. I urge you to stand with us, to stand with your students. Thank you.
Lindsay?
Is it on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Lindsay Koppel, and I am a Jewish student here at the University of Central Florida. The pending resolution contains anti-Semitic rhetoric and propaganda that insinuates that the war in Israel and Gaza right now is the result of Israel becoming a nation in 1948. Those are not the sentiments of the entire student body. This propaganda is an anti-Semitic self-serving manipulation of history that intentionally denies more than 3,000 years of Jewish history in the land of Israel. I'm here today on behalf of Nathaniel Young, my friend who was murdered on October 7th by the terrorist organization Hamas. He was 20 years old, just like any one of you sitting here today. He was murdered for the crime of being Jewish and living in Israel. I'm here today on behalf of the 240 hostages still being held by terrorists in Gaza, some of whom are American, they are students, and they are just like you and me. I'm here today as the great-granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. I'm here today as the cousin of 2 Israeli citizens who survived a terrorist attack in Kibbutz Kisofim on October 7th. I'm here today as a member of your student body, and I am here today as a Jew who will not stay silent in the face of anti-Semitism and biased resolutions that perpetuate one-sided propaganda. Jewish people are under attack all over the world today as anti-Semitic incidents have risen by 400% since October 7th, according to the US News and World Reports.
10 seconds left.
If the student body passes this anti-Semitic and biased resolution, they will be participating in perpetuating anti-Semitic propaganda that incites violence and threatening behavior on this college campus.
You can finish your sentence.
Okay. This resolution is not representative of the student body of the 6,000 Jewish students that attend school here. And the Senate Rule 2.04G1 states that the SBA committee shall pass measures advocating on behalf of the student body. So this does not, clearly, it doesn't represent me or the 6,000 kids that are here and many more. Thank you.
Sophia?
It's on?
Yeah.
Okay.
The UCSB student government recently passed a resolution condemning Hamas on campus. Instead of the current resolution under review, let's collaboratively draft a new resolution to condemn anyone supporting Hamas and their actions. Hamas oppresses Palestinian people, using them as human shields, killing anyone who opposes them and any members of the LGBT plus community in Palestine. They also oppress Israel and have been attacking them since even before October 7th. Currently, 240 people, including babies, grandparents, Holocaust survivors, and young women, are being held captive in Gaza.
30 seconds.
A Jewish mother just gave birth in Gaza, and we are left questioning if her baby is even receiving the proper care it needs. Hamas disregards anyone except for themselves, and soon they could even impact the United States if we don't take action now. Let's all unite and acknowledge the suffering of the Palestinian and Israeli people at the hands of Hamas and collectively change this into condemning Hamas. Thank you.
Daniel?
Hello, my name is Daniel. When Israel is attacked, Jews suffer. But what does this really mean? Jews have been blocked from going to the kosher cafeteria at Cornell because people have said they want to cut Jews open like a pig. At Cooper Union in New York, Jewish students had to barricade themselves inside a library because there was an angry mob outside looking to harm them. At Arizona State University, anti-Zionist students threw rocks at and made death threats to 20 ASU Jewish students attending a student body meeting, just like we are today. Students at UCLA chanted, "Beat that effing Jew," while beating a piñata of the Israeli prime minister. Jew, not Israeli. Because that when Israel's attacked, Jews suffer. And on this very campus, another such incident occurred. We have RSOs openly saying, and I quote, "Until Palestine is liberated, we need Hamas," end quote. Hamas is a registered terrorist organization by the United States, is a recognized terrorist organization by the United States Congress. And I think it is in the best interest of all students and for their own safety of all Jewish and Israeli students that you PPI Resolution 55-07 and pass a proclamation condemning anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Thank you.
And lastly, Jana.
Hello, I'm here to speak on behalf of a Palestinian student here on our UCF campus who is being directly affected by this violence and is in favor of the Resolution 5507 and would like to share the story of one of her family members. Say their names. Nuran Al-Luh, age 12, Razan Al-Luh, age 10, Ahmed Al-Luh, age 45. 3 days ago, the world lost 3 beautiful souls while my beautiful baby cousins were out filling water behind their house. An Israeli tank fired and killed them. When my uncle, their father, looked outside the window, he saw their dead bodies out on the ground. He spent an hour of what my grandma, who was with him, called psychosis before he ripped off the curtains and went to cover their dismembered bodies. He laid between them and spoke to them until he was shot and killed by Israeli snipers. No matter how hard my grandmother tried, she tried not to get to him. She could not get to him to get him to stay inside with their bodies exposed. It breaks my heart that they will not get a proper burial. It breaks my heart that they were killed in their own homes. My uncle Ahmed lived for his 2 daughters. We all knew it, and as God willed, he was taken with them. I cannot wrap my mind around this. I was just with them 3 months ago. They were so beautiful. Do not take this story lightly. These are real people who are no longer with us. I urge you to take this into consideration when voting on this resolution. Thank you.
Can our chamber give a round of applause for all these students that came to speak today? Thank you so much for coming to speak today. We really appreciate it. you all are welcome to stay until we see the resolution. Yeah, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to leave. It's totally up to you. But it may take a while before we get there. I just want to preface with that. All right. Announcements from the student body president, President Greenaway.
Hi, Senate. I hope everyone is doing well today. First, I wanted to thank everyone that attended our downtown day on Monday, where we visited the Orange County Courthouse and City Hall and had the opportunity to interact with Mayor Buddy Dyer. Shout out to our Government Affairs Coordinator, Brooke Martin, and who coordinated that. And thank you all who supported. I did have a BOT cycle today, so I did want to provide with some updates. First, in the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee, we approved tenure with hire, 2 new degree programs in Masters in Health Sciences and Masters in Robotics, and conferred degrees for the fall semester. So if you're graduating in the fall, we conferred your degrees today. Something I attached in the agenda is a presentation that we were given about the new advising structure that we worked closely with Dr. Josal, Senior VP for Student Success. So please take a look at that advising presentation. Just a brief summary, and if you have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them offline with you all. But the structure will be much more centralized and uniform. I know a lot of colleges have very different advising structures, which can be very problematic for students. So we hope to the goal is to centralize that, make systems a lot more uniform. Advisors will now be called success coaches. So instead of providing just academic advising questions about your class schedule, they will be basically a one-stop shop for anything you need to be successful at UCF, whether that is you need help filing your report, scheduling an appointment with CAPS, and also obviously getting that advising help. So that switch is happening in March. There will be more information coming out about it as it comes closer, but I'm really excited about that change. I think it will be super beneficial for our students so that they have advising much more accessible to them. In the Facilities and Infrastructure Committee, we discussed current plans to increase the research space to meet the need of our students. In Strategic Partnerships and Advancement Committee, we approved the naming of the new College of Nursing building to be the Dr. Phillips Nursing Pavilion, and also learn the fundraising goals for the year. And then finally, in the full board meeting, we discussed goals for the upcoming year to improve student success, retention, and involvement in high impact practices. All the materials can be found on the BOT website. I'd be happy to answer any specific questions. If you have them for me, feel free to send me an email and we can set up some time to talk about it. Additionally, in regards to the resolution, I just wanted to please ask everyone to be respectful of one another. I was hopeful that this would bring everyone together. That being said, please be kind. While we may all have different backgrounds, we are all UCF Knights. Additionally, counseling and psychological services, student care services, and UCF Global are resources that are available to you if you need them. Finally, I have some appointments. I hereby appoint Aaron Fuchs, College of Sciences, Seat 7, Christopher Corelli, College of Business Administration, Seat 2, Mariana Guerrero, College of Business Administration, Seat 7, Juan Blanco, College of Community Innovation and Education, Seat 1, Nadav Shanoon, College of Engineering and Computer Science, Seat 4, Ariana Torres Cruz, College of Engineering and Computer Science, Seat 8, Ty Van Horn, College of Engineering and Computer Science, Seat 9, Ariana Lopez, Rosen College of Hospitality Management, Seat 2, Autumn Johnson, Election Commission, Seat 7, and Mateo Valdivicio, Election Commission, Seat 10. And finally, I just wanted to encourage everyone to really take some time off next week to refuel, recharge as we head into the rest of the fall semester. I know we all need a break, so enjoy that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Lax?
Hi, I'm asking on behalf of a concerned student. What is student government doing in regards to the recent Board of Governors meeting, specifically when it comes to Senate Bill 266, which is one that targets certain student activity organizations on campus that advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, or promote or engage political or social activism?
Yeah, of course. So at that Board of Governors meeting, to those that might not know, there were 2 specific regulations that went through regarding prohibited expenditures, and also regarding the bathroom bill is the term for it. So on the Board of Governors, there is 1 student representative. Amongst the student body presidents, we all elect 1 person. So that person this year is the FSU president. I think he did a really good job speaking out against both of those regulations. Unfortunately, they both were passed forward. The prohibited expenditure regulation will be seen again in January at the Board of Governors. I did want to clarify that that does not affect registered student organizations. So there's zero effect on our activity and service fee dollars. So please be mindful of that. And then the bathroom bill passed, and I think it will be coming to the individual universities at some point this year.
Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the student body vice president, Vice President Smith.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone had a great day. Another thing, I hope everyone has a great Thanksgiving with their families. With that, I thank everyone that supported our digital media coordinator on his night shot event. And with that, this week we had our ASPE meeting where we talked about the NSF budget hearings. That will be on December 11th through 13th from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Next, downtown UCF will also be having a relaxation fair on Thursday, November 30th from 1:30 to 3:30 p.m. at DPAC 106A. Also, sports clubs, UCF is also looking into adding cheer, cricket, and pickleball sports clubs. So stay tuned for that. And CAB is having a Hunger Games on Monday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then also lastly, Day of the Capitol application closes tomorrow at 5 p.m. With that, I end my report.
All right. Are there any questions for Vice President Smith? Temple.
Just for the record and for everybody who is interested, what time do those applications close?
I'm pretty sure they close at 5 p.m. tomorrow.
All right. Are there any other questions? Chair Almanchili?
Vice President Smith, you mentioned something about cricket. What was that about?
I don't know all the information, but the executive director is looking into creating a sports clubs for cricket and pickleball and cheer. So she's looking into that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Comptroller's report, Comptroller Kane.
Good evening. The CRT balance is $343,481.31 with a 1.58% reversion rate. The FAO balance is $95,309.54 with reversions of 0.01%.
Are there any questions regarding the Comptroller's report? Seeing none, thank you. Attorney General's report, A.G. Moore.
Good evening, Senate. There's been so many bills passed through, and I'm trying to update them into statutes as fast as possible. Just waiting on Dr. Frayne to sign them. I'm hoping that all of them will be put in by our last Senate meeting, hopefully. And then tomorrow I'll be meeting with the lovely Supervisor of Elections, Grace Myers. I'm looking forward to that. And that's it for me.
All right. Are there any questions for A.G. Moore? Seeing none, thank you. Cabinet Forum, Deputy Chief of Staff, Deputy Pham.
Hi, everyone. Happy almost Thanksgiving. I'm currently at the Sleep Out event at downtown, which is a collaboration with UCF Downtown and the Covenant House to bring awareness to teen homelessness. For other updates, SGLC has gone through all their meetings of the semester, and the banquet reveal will be on November 27th. So if you are free, you are all welcome to come. The first semester has gone super well, and we're super excited for the respective branch leadership councils in the spring. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you so much, Deputy Pham. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Director, sorry, bear with me. Director of Student Affairs report, Director Urea. Oh, there's Director Urea.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys are having a good semester so far. Here are some updates and reminders on upcoming events happening. So on Monday, November 20th, is going to be the Green Assembly. On November 28th, on Tuesday, there will be Beware of Burnout. On Wednesday, November 29th, we're going to be having a coffee break. And on November 30th, on Thursday, the Stress-Free Stroll. On Thursday, November 30th, is Winter Wonderland. On Monday, December 4th, we're going to be having Donut Stress event. And then on Monday, December 4th, the Green Assembly. And on Monday, December 4th, Midnight Breakfast. And December 5th, on Tuesday, Zen Den. If you have any questions, please email me. As well, if you have any ideas for collaboration for the spring semester, or you ever want to meet with me, feel free to reach out. Have a great night.
Are there any questions regarding Director Uray's report? Samila?
I don't know if you can answer them, but do you have a location for all of these? Are they all like in the chamber? I know that like Green Assembly.
Okay, so the midnight, so all December 4th, it will probably be in the Student Union on the first floor. And coffee break, Winter Wonderland will be on Memory Mall. Green Assembly will be happening in the chamber. Beware Burnout, President Greenway.
We can just add them all into the minutes for y'all.
There we go.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from Chief Justice, none. Announcements from Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Myers.
Hey guys. So good evening. I'm here just for a few updates. I'll get the fun one out of the way. So we've decided upon our election theme for this year, and it's going to be the Wild West, with our slogan being "Saddle Up and Vote." And I've begun to work with the design coordinator to work on our merch for that. So as far as like official stuff for our solidified dates so far, and this is all in the minutes, by the way, we have declaration of candidacy, which will be February 5th through 9th. The presidential debate will be on Wednesday, February 28th. The candidate expo will be on Tuesday, March 5th, and then polling will run from March 11th to March 13th. And then for help from you guys, I'm hoping to kind of enlist your help with feedback from the previous election, whether you ran as a candidate, you were write-in, or even if you just kind of observed the election as it went down. We have a Google form that we created. It's in the minutes, but I can also put it in the general chat as well, so it's easier for y'all to get to. But yeah, I just appreciate it if everyone took a few minutes to review that survey. And if there's anyone here that like is no longer in Senate, or you know who ran, feel free to send it out to them as well. So for that, I'm just looking for you to share like your opinions. All of the questions are optional, as well as you're going to be anonymous. So feel free to give scathing critiques if that's how you feel. And yeah, I think that's it. Let me know if you have any questions. And in addition to that feedback survey, if you would like to meet with me one-on-one, we absolutely can do that.
Are there any questions for Supervisor Myers? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee, Vice Chair Morset.
Good evening, everyone. Budget packets have been distributed, and Chair McClellan went to ASB yesterday, even though many of the agencies were not present. There's a possibility that ASB will meet next Monday or Tuesday virtually, and he will be attending that meeting as well to go further in depth about the budget packets. And yesterday during Market Wednesday, Chair Butler and Chair McClellan tabled for the committee and got a lot of interactions. They used the whiteboard to get a little bit more of an in-depth view about the priorities of the students, about a lot of the agencies and departments on campus, and it turned out really well. You can reach out to either Chair Butler or myself, as well as Chair McClellan, if you want the picture, if you're interested in seeing that. The ANSF Budget Committee will also be meeting tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. in the Charter Chamber. And if you or anyone has any questions, comments, or concerns, please do not hesitate to reach out.
All right. Are there any questions regarding the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair report? Seeing none. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee, none. Announcements from Senate President. Guys, your committee and caucus reports were due today. If you didn't send them to me, do it as soon as possible. You are aware of this for about 2 weeks now, so please do it. Students will be getting a packet during our Pet the Pups event showing what we did, and then they'll be getting a packet regarding learning to run for Senate. So it would be very helpful to show students what you've done in your capacity as senators. So thank you if you sent it already. If you haven't, sleep with one eye open. And then please keep I mean that too. Like, y'all are laughing, but I'm serious. Please keep all debate respectful and germane to the issue at hand when it comes to the resolution. Honestly, our students have given us a very great example of what that looks like. So I hope that we can follow suit. It was very respectful. And I really appreciated their presence, and I hope you did, and I hope you were listening as well. So let's have a good meeting, y'all, please. Pet the Pups is January 23rd from 12 to 1 p.m. I confirmed this in the middle of a gym session this morning, so we're having that. It's only an hour because the pups were very tired, but I'm hoping to now give out our pups merch and then some infographics to students so we can promote just not only what our branch has been doing for the past like 8 months now, but showing that they can do similar things as well. And I love dogs. If you don't, but yeah, regardless of that, guys, I'm not feeling well, so I'm sorry if I'm talking really slow. I'm trying to think of something else that I would like to speak on. I don't remember. I really don't remember, but are there any questions for me regarding my report, anything that I've said? Okay. Moving on, internal legislative assistant report. Yeah, report, ILA Pullman.
Hi guys. So we had our last SGLC meeting of the semester yesterday, and the SGLCers were able to learn about the major OSI agencies. So those were CAB, Late Nights, Homecoming, and Nighthon. And they were able to ask questions to the executive directors and get a little bit insight on how we interact with them. They also submitted their council rankings because that was the last meeting. So now they're going to get split off into their little councils for each branch. So they submitted those yesterday, and they will be officially separated by the holiday banquet, which is going to be Monday, the 27th. So after Thanksgiving. Also really quick for committee and caucus chairs and vice chairs, I will be sending out a Google form the week after Thanksgiving regarding the semester-long mentor mentees, and that is going to be, I kind of think of it as like a big little type thing. I don't know, like they can mentor you and like go to your meetings, and you can have lunch and coffee and stuff like that. And so I'll be sending out a Google form about that. You can fill it out and indicate whether or not you want to do it. If you don't think that you want to do it, that is totally fine. I'm not going to be pushing it. So yeah, that's it for me.
Are there any questions for ILA Pullman? Chair Hamid?
Can we get specific SGLCers as our littles if we choose?
Yeah, so I think the first meeting I'll do like a little speed dating thing, and then you guys are gonna they're gonna rank who they want, and then I think I'm gonna have you guys rank who you want. But it's gonna be like a little speed dating thing.
ILA Pullman, can you tell them about how hyped up our branch is?
Guys, I'll anyone come to me and I'll give you the roster, the unofficial roster. But it's like I'm so excited about the people who it's looking like they're going to be on SLC. I'm like so happy with it. I'm like really, really excited for next semester.
We're kind of popular, y'all. Temple?
When can we expect the council announcements for the SGLCers?
Like they officially get their councils on Monday the 27th. That's like the holiday banquet. But honestly, I don't know if they're in the back. We're going to have it. This is a secret if they're in the back, but we're going to have it done by tomorrow. So that's when we're done.
Are there any other questions for ILA Pullman? Seeing none. I remember what I was going to say. We have a lot of legislation, so please be mindful of what we see, what you choose to see and what you choose not to see in order of importance, especially just because we don't meet next week because of Thanksgiving. So just keep that in mind, please. External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond.
Hi, make sure you're taking care of yourself. We have a lot of college legislation on the agenda today, which is exciting. And then I'm beginning to send Google Forms to schedule the spring dean meeting, so please fill them out as soon as possible.
All right. Are there any questions for ELA Richmond? Seeing none, Senate President Pro Tempore report, none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg Morset.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for standing by the Tuesday legislation deadline. All love. You guys did great. Lots of legislation tonight, as Senate President Holmes said. I don't know, I'm blanking. I sent everything I received in, but if you don't see any legislation that you sent to me, please Teams me and I'll try to get that on the agenda.
Are there any questions for D-Leg Morset? Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report. I'll read that. Hello, I have updated the RSO email reflecting the CRT cap changes. It will be linked in the agenda when Gus arrives, so whenever that will be. Caucus reports, APIA Caucus, Chair Patel.
Hey guys, we're having an event on November 29th at 11 a.m. in the Student Union Atrium. We're calling it Serenity. We're going to be giving out free tea from all over Asia. So if you like tea or you just want to come out, join us.
Are there any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, I will be there. I love tea. I'm a tea enthusiast, so you will see me. Black Caucus, Chair Daedalus.
Hi, everyone. I hope you've been taking care of yourselves, like Laurel said, even though she stole my line. Eat at least 2 nutritious meals a day and drink at least 8 cups of water. If you're in the caucus and haven't done it, please complete the when to meet right now. If you're not in the caucus and would like to come to the next meeting, we plan for it to be next week, which is why I told them right now. Be on the lookout for a different date and time than our usual Thursday 9 a.m. And happy early Thanksgiving. Eat good and have the break that you deserve.
Are there any questions for Chair Daedalus? Seeing none. Disability Caucus, none. Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair DeCara.
We didn't meet today. Today was the Haku Leadership Summit. Me and Vice Chair Blanco, I know Senator Navakazat was also there, and I know others SGLCers I saw. It was just a bunch of different leadership workshops with like different companies like the United States Agency of International Development, Blue Origin, Fannie Mae, and more. It was just little professional development things. At the little bit at the end, we kind of like started talking around about how there was a little raffle about getting your lodging and your airfare covered for this big like student institute with Haku in Colorado. And me and my vice chair joked about how we wish we wanted it, and we now have the possibility of actually attending it next year. So, but we also completed our achievements, and I just want to thank my caucus because like going through that list, I was like, dang, like it was like almost pushing 3 pages. And so I just want to thank my caucus for all the work they've done, and also the different people that outside of my caucus that have given me input to help improve the things we've done. And then we're just finishing out this semester by getting things ready for the spring.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none. LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Fintel.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing good this week. I'm so excited to be the new chair of the caucus and to keep carrying on the good work the previous chair, Ms. Carter, has done. We are meeting tomorrow at 12 p.m. in the conference room, so please join us. We'll be hearing updates on a trans wellness seminar we hope to host in January. This will go along with a proclamation. We will also be having vice chair elections, so please join the caucus because we need more than just 3 people. Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions for Chair Fintel? Seeing none. Now that she's here, let's just give her a round of applause for her amazing achievement, becoming chair. It's not easy being a chair of a committee or caucus, so kudos to you. Women's Caucus, Chair Bourne is Vice Chair Lazo here? Yes.
Hey guys, just knowing it for Lacey. Hello all. So last week, Women's Caucus, we held a safety walk alongside with some people from Judicial and SGLCers, and we walked around campus and found about 17 places that really need more lighting or just need a little bit more like security there. They feel a little bit unsafe. So again, thank you to everybody who came. After that, we also have our collab between SBA and LGBTQ Caucus on a letter of support for Transgender Awareness Week and Transgender Day of Remembrance, and that will be going out pretty much soon. Yeah. And that's it from us.
All right. Are there any questions for Women's Caucus? Seeing none. Military and Veterans Caucus is the Vice Chair here, Kringle.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone has plans for the holidays, whether that be with friends or family. So during Veterans Week, the caucus, we were pretty busy. On Monday, the caucus attended flag planting at Memory Mall. And on Wednesday, the Veterans Salute, Attorney General Moore gave the Pledge of Allegiance, and Andrew read Proclamation 5509 out loud and presented it to the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities. On Thursday, the caucus and SGLCers picked up all the flags planted on Memory Mall, so thank you all for coming out. Last caucus meeting of the semester is tomorrow, so be there or be square.
That's why AG Moore wanted to do the Pledge of Allegiance. That's awesome. All right. Are there any questions for MVC? Chili.
When is the Military and Veteran Caucus meeting tomorrow again?
What time is that? Oh, 4.
It is going to be tomorrow in here at 4.
Thank you.
And I think we have an emergency meeting on Monday at 10 a.m. too. Not anymore?
Just a meeting between 5 of us.
Yeah, it's emergency.
We're having a meeting in your office, I think, or something like that.
In my office.
Regarding the resolution.
I don't know about that. All right. Are there any other questions? All right. Unfinished business, none. I hope we don't have, that's not the same for 2 weeks from now. All right. Fiscal Committee Caucus time, CRT, the lovely CRT. Yes, Gus.
Present voting.
So noted at 8:20 p.m. So I will be recessing this meeting at 8:20 p.m. to reconvene at 8:30. Oh, what's going on?
Will SBA also be caucusing in tandem?
Well, this is Fiscal Committee Caucus time.
If you go down, they put it, they want to do it in girls.
Can we do that, Brody? Because it's 2 separate sections.
Yeah, I don't really know.
That's never been done before.
Unclear.
We can do separate. I mean, we've never done that before.
We
though.
have never done that before. But there is a lot to do.
Yeah. Child.
You know?
It's 7 minutes. Like, I could spare 7 minutes. Y'all better be done in 7 minutes. But, we've never done that though. I don't want to break Robert's
I would recommend doing them separately at their appropriate times in the agenda, but it's up to you.
Yeah, 8:20 reconvene at 8:30. Well, what? Donahue?
Present and voting.
So noted at 8:21. Recess at 8:21. Reconvene at 8:31.
All right, come on, CRT people.
Where are we going?
I don't care. There ain't that many of us, babe. This is your fault, Danny. This is your fault. All right. Aiden. Leaving my bags here.
Okay.
What?
You're mine are literally extinction. You're gonna see that.
All right, everybody in the back, we are still actually in a meeting, so if you guys can be quiet, thanks. With that, I call this meeting to order at 8:22 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Adam.
All right, Chair Samillo.
Present.
I am here. Senator Conti. Senator Ikera.
Resigning.
Ooh, we're just going to put absent. Senator Yara. Absent. Or S Rep.
Here.
And Pro Tempore Rep.
Here. With that, I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none. A motion for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
All right. Announcements from the chair. We just have one bill because it wasn't seen during CRT. Announcements from the vice chair, none. Announcements from committee members, none. Announcements from non-committee members, none. Old business, none. New business, Bill 5530, Society of Optics Students. Are you just advocating for them or? Okay. Whenever you're ready, you have, I'll take a motion. Tyler.
I'm gonna move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate, but what you say?
All right. Anybody want to object? Seeing none. Whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Certainly. So I just want to say that this is a bill that is meant to help promote the Society of Optics students willing to go to Photonics West, which is a yearly conference where all photonic professionals, industries, professors all have a chance to come together, meet up in San Francisco in one of the biggest photonics conferences in the world. And this is just an opportunity so that the students here at Creole have the chance to broaden their industry, networking, and research potentials they have within their optics communities. And I'd like to take a moment to help try to promote this trip so that these 8 members can have the chance to go to Photonics West for this year. I yield my time.
With that, we are now in line of questioning. I have a question. All the numbers,
Yeah.
are they all wrong, or are you fixing them?
Travel was changed. He gave me new quotes. I'm thinking now.
Okay. Do you have 2 financially trained officers going on the trip?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anybody else have any other questions? Tyler?
Do you understand the post-funding policy regarding bills?
Yep.
Anybody else have any other questions?
How did you choose the 8 students to go?
So it's going to be based off of, importantly, their GPA. We want to make sure the students that are going are those that actually want to go and not just going on vacation. So they have to make sure they have high academic responsibility. We make it so that if they have at least a 3.0 in their overall GPA or retain at least a 2.5 in the previous semester, aka during the fall semester when this trip does happen in spring semester, the first 8 people that we that have sent out their applications, from like seniors to juniors to graduates to some sophomores, will be the first 8 to have a placement on the trip, and then we'll sign up for it too. If one of them do drop out and we have a wait list, and the next person who is also qualified will go on that list. We'll hop on and replace that person's place.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any other questions? Danny?
I just want to confirm your lodging costs. It's the total I have is $4,783.59.
Yep, that should be the total cost.
So is your total requested costs $7,754.79?
7,000. What again? Sorry.
It's $7,754.79.
It should be close. I got 7,766.59. About $10 difference.
All right. So for travel, we have $371.4 times 8 members, which would be a total of $2,971.20. Lodging, we have $322.53 for 4 nights for 3 rooms, which is $4,783.59. So adding those together would be $7,754.79.
Okay.
Are any of those different? Then
no, those are the same. Must be from my end then. But yeah, no, all those numbers make sense.
all right. With that, does anybody else have any other questions for the RSO? Adam?
I'm sorry?
What are your dates of travel?
Oh, days of travel. It'll be from January 9th. Yes, January 9th to February 2nd.
January 9th through February 2nd.
Yeah, so we travel in January 9th and we leave February 2nd.
What are these dates?
A month long?
No, it should be a week long. January 29th.
29th.
I'm so sorry. January 29th to February 2nd.
We have January 27th to February 1st.
That shouldn't be right. Wait, let me double check. This should be the 20. The dates of travel should be the 29th to the February 2nd.
Okay.
And just to follow up, when do you need funding by?
Funding. We honestly will not be needed. We do not need it until like late December, early January, so that we can finalize the ticketing process and the hotel reservations, because those are the 2 main things we need to cover. So not soon is what I'm trying to say. Take your time with it.
Does anybody else have any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Tyler?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Tyler?
You just see my amendments as technicals.
Yes. Is it just the date?
For version date and VPF2 date.
Okay, I thought so. All right. Anybody else have anything that they would like to debate? Adam? Technically, if we see it today for both,
We'll see on second.
well, we'd see it on second today, probably. What?
They want to do second and third next week.
Second
Yeah,
and
next
third?
week, the last Saturday meeting.
I don't know if it'll be.
It won't be.
So can I say,
We would have to see it today.
so second reading today,
They would both have to be today.
second and third reading?
Correct. Because if we see any of it, because we don't have Senate next week, so it would have to be 2 weeks from now, and then it would be out of timeline.
I see. Okay. I don't have a presentation, but I can make it work.
Brody.
Just as a side note, can I know you all have made a couple of amendments. Can you make sure that those get translated into the document that's in the Senate agenda? Because I think we're looking at two different documents. So if y'all can make sure that happens, and if it's something that was approved in this committee, then that's fine. Just say so, and I'll accept them.
Do you want us to just send you the one that we were editing, or you want us to change it in that one?
How many changes are there?
It was all the cost we changed and dates.
I would, yeah, just send me it. That's fine.
Okay. Tyler.
Sorry, this is actually a question for Brody again. I'm sorry. Can you tell us the dates the business office is closed again? This might be out of timeline as of today.
I sure can. We are, of course, closed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week, which that is a change from yesterday because we're now closed on Wednesday and we weren't before. And then during the larger break, we are closed from December 20th until the 1st. So the 19th of December is a work day and the 2nd of January is a work day.
We're on the list, then we just have to vote. I got about a week. Yeah, because the business office is closed.
Yeah,
What date did you get to?
I actually got January 30th, but I might be, it could be 29th exactly, but I keep hitting 30th. Can someone check me?
I got the 30th too. I mean, it's one day, but like, you guys need the funding like by when? Like, what exact date? Like, is registration due?
Like for when we actually go on have to pay for.
When's your registration due? Like, do you need it by the day of the conference, or do you need it before that? Not registration. Never mind.
Definitely, we would need it before the conference. If we're really stretching it out a week, no later than
Tyler.
like the week before.
Tyler.
I can confirm the number now with the missing business days, including those, and also MLK Day. It is out of timeline by one day.
Yeah, that's what I got too. With that, anybody else want to debate? Tyler?
I mean, I know we're supposed to get business office approval. Fong might be working right now. He works at some very strange hours. I think pending the approval and hoping that he gets it maybe to us before we see it on third reading tonight is their only chance. Because if not, we're breaking Title 8. But I'd be okay approving it pending that. That sounds fine to me. I don't have any issues at ORS side with that.
All right. Does anybody else want to speak during debate? If not, I'll take a motion. Danny? There's been a motion to vote. We are voting on pending approval based off of Fong's response to the email. Okay. All those for, all those against, and all those abstaining with a vote count of 4-0 to 1. This bill is pending approval according to Fong. And if he doesn't get back, it'd be denied because it's out of timeline. Does that make sense to you? Do you have any questions? Okay. With that, we are in member discussion. Anybody want to speak? Seeing none. Miscellaneous business, none. I'll take a motion. Tyler?
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
All right. Same as initial. I adjourn this meeting at 8:34 p.m. I reconvene this meeting at 8:36 p.m. We gotta move, y'all. We gotta move. Where are we here? All right. Fiscal Committee report, CRT Committee, CRT Chair Samillo. Hey, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm so sorry. I'm like so off my game right now. This is so bad. Anyways, so just let me buffer. Give me a sec. Sorry, everybody. I wasn't ready. But okay, so in committee on 11-13 in old business, we approved allocation 55-292. In new business, allocations we approved were 55-299, 55-300, 301, 302, 303, 305, 306, 307, 308, 310, 311, 312, 313, 314, 315, 317. We deny 316, postpone 304, 309, and 319, 18. Bills we approved were 55-28, 50, and pending approval we have 55-229 and 55-30. So with that, we did approve 16 allocations, 2 fiscal bills, postponed 3 allocations, and denied 1. Look out for a when to meet soon, everybody who's in CRT. And I also just wanted to give a quick mental health note. Prioritize your mental health, balance your exams. Don't forget, self-love is crucial. Please take the time to love yourself and give yourself a hug for doing amazing things because we are all amazing.
Are there any questions for Chair Sanillo? Temple?
So what are the circumstances surrounding the pending approval of 5529 and 5530?
For 5529, it's pending approval based off safety documentations that since they're traveling internationally, we just needed the safety documentation. And then 5530, it's pending Fong's email back to me about timeline because it is 1 day out of timeline.
All right. Yes. Okay. Great. FAO committee, none. ORS committee, Chair Borges.
Hey, just to add some clarification to what Chair Smilla just said, they're going on a service trip, and so that's why documentation is required. I don't have to read mine. Sorry, Chair Smilla, you have to read yours every time. But we did a good job. Please join. We need a CRT rep. I love CRT, but I cannot keep going to it. I don't have the time. Temple, do you want to do your treasurer's trove or nah? Yeah? Okay, I yield the Temple.
Good evening. This is actually the first time I've done Temple's Treasure Trove in like a while, if not the first time outright. So for quick clarification for those who don't know what T's queued is, it's basically this members of the committee who are present will kind of dive into their photos and kind of pull out one that they think is funny or cute or whatever from about a year or so ago. At this point, we kind of just let loose so long as it's within the same week. Doesn't matter how many years back. So for Senator Wanjin, myself and Wanjin were in that photo that she had sent at an SGLC Halloween meeting. I believe we were both dressed as spies about last year. Still remember that meeting. Quite fun. Chair Borges had a State of the Campus Address sweatshirt selfie because those things are actually very cool. I wish they really did those again. Oh well. Myself, I joined up with CKI for a drawing contest for one of their shirts. I ended up I'm just illustrating a scene from ancient Rome and ancient Greece. And even though it says he's talented, that is clearly from Chair Borges, I do not find myself talented with drawing. And Senator Rose jamming on top of a UCF parking garage because he is in a garage band. And with that, I yield back to the chair.
I don't got nothing.
Okay. Are there any questions for Wanjin?
Not actually a question for Borges. I believe FAO met, so their allocations still need to be read in the minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Where's the vice chair? The vice chair's with him. He's not here. What is going on? Can you contact Elise? We'll revisit it. Thank you, because I was like, just because we had Senate exec doesn't mean. All right. Next up. Oh, were there any other questions regarding RS? Seeing none? Okay. Fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, Fiscal Bill 5531, funding for American Society of Civil Engineers to host a student steel bridge competition at Southeast American Society of Civil Engineers Student Symposium at Orlando, Florida on March 21st, 2024, introduced by Chair Dadalis, is hereby remanded to FAO. Notice of legislation on third reading, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Third reading, correct?
Yes.
Move for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Fiscal Bill 5521, funding for Vietnamese American Student Association to host TET Lunar New Year Show at UCF Pegasus Ballroom on February 17th, 2024, introduced by Senator Yetta. Senator Yetta isn't here. Is RSO here? Nope. Okay. Is there a motion to Samilo?
I mean, it was in CRT, so like I can speak for them.
Okay. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Same as everything that was said in second reading, nothing's changed. So yeah, with that, I yield to questioning.
Are there any questions regarding the fiscal bill? If not, I'll take a motion. Temple?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate on Fiscal Bill 5521. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? I'll take at least one. Samilo?
Yeah, I feel like this is a good cause. May I retain?
You may.
All right, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5521. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 27 to 1 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5521 passes on third reading. We will never see that again. Fiscal Bill 5523, funding for 13 members of the Club on Security and Intelligence to travel to COSI at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. from February 6th, 2024 to February 10th, 2024, introduced by Vice Chair Vasquez. Oh, interesting.
Hello. Hi. Why is that interesting, Sierra?
I've never seen that before.
It's my first one.
Oh.
yeah.
3
Our
minutes?
RSO is here, so I yield my time to him.
You have 3 minutes. You may come up here to the podium.
There was a mouse there. Okay, hey everybody, it's good to be here again. Again, I'm representing the Club on Security and Intelligence. My name is Anna Freehafer. I'm now the president of this club. And yeah, I'll just run through it real quick. Most of the information is pretty much the same. We'll be going from February 6th through February 10th. And we are going to, thank you. We'll be going to Washington, D.C. The itinerary, there is a quick little update actually that's pretty exciting. We are adding on going to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. They oversee all of the intelligence communities, so that's pretty huge. We're still working on the exact date for that, but that will either be on Thursday the 8th or Friday the 9th. But other than that, the itinerary is the exact same. If you guys would like me to run through the benefits again, students learn a lot from this experience. There's been students in the past who have gained letters of recommendation and just incredible networking opportunities that they then bring back to UCF and just benefits the community as a whole. Fundraising, our fundraising has been going well. We've raised a couple $100s since we've last met. People are still paying their dues. Dues are to be submitted completely by the end of this month. Most of them are in. We did raise them to $45, which helped us raise a little bit more. We have a couple other fundraising events happening throughout the course of this semester, and then still one next semester. We're going to look for adding more a little bit in January before we go as well. But since that's far out, we're still working on that. The new one that we have there is the Burger U partial proceeds, so that will be on December 1st. If you guys would like to support, come on out. And then we are also, again, like last time, just planning more trivia nights, bake sales, etc. Another new one is bake sale for, I believe that's the Wednesday we come back after Thanksgiving. And then we're also working with the ICCAE and other sponsors like that to help give us grants to fund that trip. Okay, so here's the main change. The cost breakdown has decreased a bit. So the flights are the exact same, except we have had 2 people drop. So we have removed that amount. So it was originally $2,314 for us all to fly up there. It is now $1,958. The lodging is the exact same hotel. And the amount of rooms, the days, nights, it's all the exact same. But the total has decreased as well due to the people who have dropped and other circumstances, from 4,610 to 4,176. In case you guys wanted an updated quote, here is a quote right here on the right next to a quote that you guys saw last time I was here on the left. And then again, flights are the same. The total price is decreased, but I mean, the flights that are available are still available. That 158 number that you guys see there is the low end of the spectrum. Last time we agreed on 178 in case those prices do increase. But again, I'm not changing that. That's just, I didn't update that picture. That's from last time. And yeah, so again, the total that I'm asking for, well, the total that the trip will cost is $6,134, and I'm requesting for half, which is $3,067. Thank you.
All right, we are now questioning Temple.
Few questions, if I may.
You may.
So it is my understanding that you guys had established a set list of individuals in the event that people did drop.
Yes.
My follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
Did you, so knowing then that you had 2 individuals dropped from your original itinerary, did you replace those other 2 with those 2 from the list?
No, and the reason being was that the hotel was pretty much sold out of hotel rooms. So the ones that we had to go with were really uncomfortably tight housing. So it had like 4 people to a room that was designed for 2. Like they could house that, but it's like
didn't want that. I talked to the backup list; they understood that, and yeah, so that's the reason why we didn't add those two on. And then also just to make it less expensive for you guys and less expensive for us.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Samilo, then Yam and Chili.
First question, could you go back to the lodging slide for me real quick?
Is it this? Is it the red button? It's not. Oh, there we go. This one?
Yeah. So it states that on the bill, it states 6 rooms. Is it going to be 5 rooms?
It's 5. Yes.
Okay.
Actually, yes. Yeah. 5 rooms.
Yam and Chili.
As someone who really likes the Smithsonian, out of curiosity, what museum are you guys planning on visiting?
My top one would be to go to the Spy Museum that they have there. I don't think that's attached to the Smithsonian's, but that's the top one. I'd love to go to the Air and Space one. That one costs a little extra, so I'd have to talk to the members about that. But other than that, definitely like national history, arts, just as many as we can that day, realistically speaking.
Those are my favorites too.
Awesome, good to hear. Yeah, they're fun.
Any other questions? Seeing none is Temple.
Seeing no further hands, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Yam and Chili.
So, as someone who has interned in DC for 2 months, I really like the place, and I believe that the members of COSI will gain a lot from traveling to the city to network at the White House, the Capitol, the State Department. It'll be incredibly beneficial for all the members of the club, and shout out to them. They will be part of the apparatus that defends our nation in the future, which is really cool. And I've had a great time in DC every time I've went, and I am hopeful that they will too. And yes, the Spy Museum and the Air and Space Museum are in fact really nice. The Air and Space Museum is my favorite museum in the world. It's that good. And so great stuff. DC is really cool, and I'll be voting in favor. And I recommend you all do the same.
Thank you.
Okay. Pringle, then Samilo, then Vasquez.
I would roll.
Oh, okay. Samilo?
I was just going to motion to see all the amendments to the numbers
As
for both
technical?
me and
Yeah,
Yeah.
I made it several changes to it.
Yeah, I'll say it's technical. And the greatness part. Yeah. Yeah. Unless somebody wants to go into depth on it.
Do you want me to?
Really?
I can explain the amendment.
You can't, if you want to.
The first one is just decreasing the number from 13 members to 11 members, and then changing the total price of. So there was an error on it last time. Actually, the cost per room per night was lower than the total that was listed there. So if you could see, the change of the total for housing is lower, but it is higher per night, if that makes sense, because the cost per night originally didn't include taxes and fees. And then obviously just changing the totals after that.
Okay. Are there any other hands? If not, I'll take a motion. Samilo?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5523. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. With a vote count of 28 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5523 passes on third reading.
Thank you so much, guys.
Is there a motion to return to FAO committee reports? Go ahead, D-Leg.
I think Karingo typed this in, and if that's the case, thank you. No? You didn't? Okay. I don't know who typed it in. But the allocations we approved to FAO 55. 5562 to 4-0-2, and FAO 5563 to 5-0-1. We postponed FAO 5561, and we have vice chair elections where Vice Chair Woodson was newly elected from a vote of 5-0-1.
Oh, congratulations. Even though it's not here, is there a motion to return to let notice of legislation on second reading? Is there a motion for that, Temple?
We have 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Fiscal Bill 5524, funding for Shabbat Jewish student group to host Mega Shabbat in the UCF Pegasus Ballroom on February 23rd, 2024, introduced by Senator Acosta. You have 5 minutes when you're ready. Is Shabbat here? Shabbat here? Oh, you can come up to the front.
Excuse me.
Does it have a green light?
Oh, I'm talking about the top.
Oh, the PowerPoint?
Or-
Can you email it to Bernie?
If I don't need it, it's fine because there's two.
Download both of them and send it to Brody.Taylor.
Brody, Siobhan's gonna send you their PowerPoint. They're gonna email it to you. There's an HDMI.
I have USB-C.
He has USB-C.
Boo. I don't know, that might bar you from funding. It's not showing breaking. We have to talk over me about that. Here we go. That's it. That's the main screen. Are you ready?
No, it's not my PowerPoint.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good. Okay, there.
Okay, there we go. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
All right. So the first event we're going to talk about is Mega Shabbat, which is our annual Friday night dinner we host in the Pegasus Ballroom with around 500 UCF students that come to join us for dinner and special prayers before. And so the Chabad's contribution to the UCF community, we all obviously have weekly Shabbat dinners, but on a smaller scale. This one's going to be much bigger. That's why it's called Mega Shabbat. We have weekly barbecues, Jewish classes, and just conferences and more events to bring students closer to their Judaism. And it's going to be on February 23rd, 2024, just to give students just a place to celebrate and to express their Judaism, because a lot of students don't come on the weekly Shabbats. They come only for this one. So it really gives them an opportunity to connect and start coming more. These are pictures from like the previous years. And so the cost breakdown is $300 for advertising, promotions, flyers, and such. The rabbi honorarium is $4,000, and the kosher food is $14,000, and the event program's $400. So we're asking for that. Also, the total for the event is 18,700, and we're requesting 9,350. And the promotion is going to be through social media, flyer, tabling, involving Greek life, and there's going to be table captains. So everyone's going to be like a leader for a table, and they could get whoever they want. It's open to everyone, not only Jewish people. Everyone's more than welcome to come and experience it. There will be an online sign up for information for the event, and seating will be chosen with the table leader. And the event will start at 5:30. Dinner will be served at 6:30. The president of Chabad Executive Board will speak. The rabbi will speak, and then faculty and some other people will speak as well. And people come to Chabad because they're accepted. They feel like comfortable, and a lot of people come to the Mega Shabbat and start showing up more to just want to be more involved. The next one is coming up is Passover. Passover is going to be from April 22nd to 23rd.
Really quickly. There's two separate bills. Sierra,
Yes.
So unless you're seeing them
Okay.
together.
Oh, yes. Two separate bills. Okay, yeah.
Got it.
So sorry, that was the first one.
Kylie?
I believe we have to motion to see them together.
Okay. Can we just motion after because he's in the middle of the speech? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, to continue with Passover?
Yeah,
Or to wait for-
we can do the motion now, I guess, since he stopped that speech. Okay. Is there a motion to see Fiscal Bill 5524 and Fiscal Bill 5525 as a block? All right, you can continue.
Okay, so Passover is going to be April 22nd to 23rd. It's the Jewish holiday where the Jewish people escaped slavery from Egypt. And there's a lot of different customs and rituals we do during that holiday. And so the cost breakdown will be, for the setup is $2,500. The food will be $16,500. Advertising promotions $250. The rabbi honorarium is $5,000. And then matzah, which is a special bread that isn't fully cooked. It's like a cracker. It's flat. It's because the Jewish people didn't have time to cook their bread when they were leaving out of Egypt. So it's a custom for us to only eat that during the holiday. And that's $1,922.78. And we're requesting for $13,086.39, which is half of the bill. And then promotion, obviously, again, through social media, Facebook, cards, tabling, and then getting Greek life involved too. Again, also for this, everyone's welcome to come. And it's beautiful to see everyone participate in the rituals and like the customs we do, because I grew up with it, and to seeing people that never really grew up with it and taking it upon themselves and wanting to pass it down to their next generation is very beautiful to see. And that is all. Thank you.
We're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Lax?
When can we expect to see the table captain application open?
It should be, I'm not sure, maybe a month before, maybe a little more.
Any other questions? Seeing none, is there, Borges?
Sorry,
problem.
this was about the chairs and tables. Can someone confirm if we can include those on a bill?
Which bill?
5525.
25. And what were you asking? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
If someone could confirm if those are allowed to be on the bill since they're equipment.
Okay. Wanjin?
Can I direct a question to the RSO that's related to his question? For the setup costs, are you purchasing the chairs and tables, or are you paying for someone to set up the chairs and tables?
I wish I could answer you. I'm not so sure.
Temple?
May I answer Chair Borges' question?
Mhm.
I'm not sure if this would be a response, but pursuant to 826.4, Section B, non-OCO furniture and equipment equal to or over $100 per individual item. Does that answer your question?
Borges?
No. C is what essentially prohibits office supplies or equipment at all. I was just making sure. Wanjin had a better the idea I had was Wanjin's question. I just didn't know how to ask it correctly, because what matters, if I'm allowed to keep explaining, is that they can't be buying it if they're paying for someone who brings it, or like, kind of like a rental, like rental equipment, that'd be fine, but we can't let them buy it with our funds. They can't
Last
be in the
time,
bill.
and this won't answer the question, but last time I remember they were paying for someone to set it up, but I don't know if this is the same for this year. So I can't really
I think
answer.
it might be the same for this year. I think it's the same for this year.
Yeah, that's because this question came up last session, but do you have contact with anyone that can answer that question? Like you can text them?
Yeah, I can text them.
Are there any other questions in the meantime? Borges?
Sorry, this one's for the pro temp's office?
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you're the money so sorry. So I guess we're dealing more set. I quickly put together the amount they've received this year. Are you able to double check that? I just did it really quickly, so I want to make sure it's right.
Oh, is it in the bill? Oh, I see it. It says 5,200.
Did you get that from just one committee or from both of the committees?
Both committees. I went into both the master trackers. CRT had 1,500. FAO had 3,700. If that even adds up, I think that was the numbers.
The number you got is the same number I got.
Were you able to get your answer?
In a moment. I think he's teaching a class to some of the
Okay.
students.
Temple?
Perhaps it would be best for us to table these fiscal bills so the RSO representative will be able to get the information they need from their
Yeah.
their contact.
There's been a motion to table for the time being. Is there any objections? Seeing none, we're going to revisit it once you get your answer.
Okay. He read it, so.
Okay. Oh, well, I mean,
Okay.
but we tabled it. Huh?
Move to receive fiscal bills 55, 24, and 25.
Is there a motion to revisit fiscal bill 5524 and 5525? Are there any objections? No? Okay, we're back.
Okay. So sorry about that.
It's okay. We don't always have the answers to everything. Samilla?
Do we need to re-ask the question?
Okay, it's tablecloths, tableware, and
So it's to pay for
it's,
it.
yes.
Okay.
Not hiring
Oh.
people to set them up.
Oh, hiring people to
It's
set
not
up.
hiring.
It's not
them.
hiring.
It's just for the tablecloths and tableware and everything that goes on it.
Okay, there's the answer to y'all's question. Wanjin?
Also on the same thing, is there an invoice or a quote or anything that shows that? Because all I'm seeing is stuff that has the costs for the cultural food, rabbi honorarium, and matzah, not the promotion or setup cost.
I could get an invoice. I don't see it on here. Okay, so yeah, there's the setup cost for Passover, but I guess it's not for Mega Shabbat. I could figure that out.
Okay,
this
so
weekend.
we can table it and then we can come back to it once you get answers. Are there any other questions at this time that you would like to ask so that he can get answers for before we revisit it? None? Okay, Temple?
Will that require a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Move to table the block of fiscal bills 24 and 25.
There's been a motion to table the block of fiscal bills, including 24 and 25. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the table stands. We'll revisit. Just raise your hand up when you get it.
Okay, perfect.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. All right. We are heading to Fiscal Bill 5526, funding for Ross Rampage to host Ross Rampage at Trinity Preparatory School on January 25th, 2024. Is RSO here? Awesome. We're ready when you are. You have 5 minutes.
Hello. Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. All right. Great. So thank you. So we are Ross Rampage. Thanks. So we are a RSO on campus, a cultural RSO. We focus on putting an event together. We do fundraising for a philanthropic mission that we'll get to next. But basically, a little background about what Ross is. Garba Ross is a traditional folk dance from a little part of India known as Gujarat. Basically, what we do is we like fundraise and campaign throughout the year for this philanthropic mission. And then at the end of the year, like beginning of spring, we put on this event to raise money, but also raise awareness for the Indian tradition. So we've had the event last year. It was a really good success, and it really helps the UCF population by exposing them to the diverse traditions of India and also raising awareness for the philanthropy.
So a little bit about the philanthropic mission. We are raising money this year for Saki for South Asian women. Their mission is basically to help women who have been on the receiving end of gender injustice and violence. They do so by community outreach, advocacy organization, as well as direct services. So every year we donate all of our profits to this philanthropic organization.
So some quick facts. So basically, we are a nationally recognized competition through Ross All Stars, which is the organization above all the competitions. They're the ones that like oversee all of them. And there are 22 competitions around the nation at other schools. So each college will have their own competition. They're their own organization. They raise money for their own philanthropic missions. So last year, we had about 200 audience members. Admission is free for UCF students with a valid ID. We do have students from other schools that come as well, from like UF and USF. And there's about 160 dancers, so 8 teams, 20 dancers. They audition. It's a whole process, and it builds awareness for like UCF as a base for the competition. So our competition dates are January 27th to 28th. And yeah, so we'll get into the bill portion. Oh yeah, this is like a little extra information. So this is where like the teams that if they fly in, we have room blocks for them at the Best Western Challenger Parkway. It's about 5 minutes from campus. And then the mixer is January 26th. It's we've requested Pegasus Ballroom. It's a mixer the night before for the teams and for UCF students to meet the teams and also have a little exposure to the Ross Garba tradition as well as the philanthropy before the competition. So it's just a little mingle event, kind of an opening ceremonies before the competition. And then the competition venue is Trinity Prep. There's about 450 seats. So we do expect a higher attendance for this year's competition because we have reached out to other cultural organizations on campus, such as ISA, ACD, and the Gujarati Society of like UCF. But yeah, so that is the competition venue. This is just a quick itinerary of the weekend. So Friday, teams come in, there's the mixer, the dinner, and the next day there's a rehearsal for teams, followed by the actual show. And yeah. So this is our budget breakdown. One quick note is that on the bill that we received, Firehouse Subs and Lazy Moon were not on it, but after the first hearing, it was told that they added it. I'm not sure if that's reflected in the bill that we have right now, but that is just a asterisk over there. But yeah, let's talk about the bill.
So this is our budget essentially. The venue, media coverage, our food options for the weekend, and then also the DJ for Mixer to have like traditional music. We're also have merch and then water, snacks, decoration, things like that. And we're just asking for like the venue, again, media, and our food.
Yeah, our total cost is about 19,874 and 44 cents, and requesting $9,937.22. It's very similar to the amount we had last year. And yeah, these prices are based on quotes majority, so they are subject to change based on like finalized prices, but yes.
1 minute remaining.
All right, great. So we'll just quickly go into some of them. So the food options for the weekend, based on quotes, this is what we've received. So Qdoba is for Friday night. The Mixer, it's about 1,858 and 76 cents. Lunch is Firehouse Subs for the next day, and then Lazy Moon Pizza for dinner. And then the venue cost, this is the contract. It's just a screenshot of the contract from the venue. So that's where the budget from that. So that one's a finalized budget. I mean, a finalized cost. Decorations kind of just speaks for itself. For the competition, this is the DJ's invoice. Yeah, these are just promo items. And then water and snacks. That is all.
All right. Are there any questions? Yama Chili.
So feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, because my knowledge of fiscal policy is rather raspy. And so you guys said that you're requesting $10,384 through this bill, while you are covering $9,500. It is to my knowledge that I believe you have to cover at least 50% of the cost. With the numbers currently shown, your RSO's contribution is currently less than 50%. And again, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but how does that work?
So yeah, in terms of that, that was mainly just a reflection of what we were hoping that would be covered. Not exactly the expenses, but the items that were going to be covered. So the food, the venue, and the media, and then anything that was not a part of that 50%. So the remaining 1,000 plus would be covered by us, or less than 1,000. But whatever that difference is would be split. It was more just the like itemized what we were asking for. But yes, in terms of, for example, if it's the venue, there's partial parts of that that have already been paid, such as the down payment, etc. So those parts would be taken out from our contribution instead of the student government contribution. But yes.
Temple Kringle.
Question to the RS chair. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm pretty sure I am, but doesn't an RSO need to request food from an approved caterer, or am I going mad?
Yeah, traditionally there are exceptions though. I mean, they have Qdoba on the list. Firehouse Subs, to my knowledge, not an approved caterer. Same with Lazy Moon.
Yeah, I was gonna follow up. Yeah, I was wondering if Lazy Moon and Firehouse Subs fell under those exemptions. I guess I could direct that to the DLG or anybody who can answer, really.
I mean, this is kind of like a question on top of your question. I was reading Title 8, and it says it needs to be approved if it's on campus. The event's not on campus. I don't know if the ORSHA can answer if it still needs to be technically an approved carrier through UCF or not.
Kringle.
Well, just to follow up on that, can you go back to the food slide?
Yeah, I don't know how. Oh, there we go. Almost there. And yep.
Yeah, that Qdoba is going to be the one, the Mixer.
That is going to be the one on campus at Pegasus Ballroom.
Yes. Okay. Then back to my question for you guys. For the merch, what are you guys going to be doing with the merch?
So we have enamel pins. I think there was a tumbler, tote bag, blanket, Yeah, blanket, duffel bag, toiletry bag, tumbler, and cooling towel. Yes.
And what are you guys doing with it?
Oh, it's for so there's two parts of it. One is for teams that are coming as like a kind of welcome gift, and then also for auctioning off later as like a fundraiser thing. Like whoever bids like the most type of raffle tickets thing.
And are the teams paying to enter the competition?
They're paying not to enter the competition. There's like reg fees associated with like their entrance, but not to attend. The hotel and everything is covered under their end though. So
Any other questions? D-Leg?
Question for Brody. Can you go back to their full cost breakdown?
Yes.
Am I going forward?
Oh, no, you have the thing. Yeah.
I love it so much. Yeah, I did. All right, there we go.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion to extend questioning by 2 minutes?
So moved.
Kringle, Wanjin?
Are they allowed, or just for anyone, I guess, are they allowed to like auction off the merch? I thought it was only to be given out for free.
According to the policy, it's supposed to be given out for free to students.
So yeah, we can give it free. Yeah.
Wanjin?
I was going to ask a somewhat similar question. Does anyone know if there's precedent for us funding food and merch items that are not open to all UCF students besides this RSO? Because I know we've done it in the past for this RSO and this event.
Was it for water or something?
It's for food in general. I know we've done in the past, but they're specifically limiting basically all of the food, except I think the Qdoba to just teams, and then a lot of the merch, it sounds, to just the team. So is there precedent for us doing that for any RSO besides this one?
I don't remember. Borjas?
From our research last year, from what I remember, that this is the only case I have seen. I don't know if Brody had anything else, but we looked through, I think, 7 years of fiscal bills, and I don't think I saw anything.
D-Leg?
I feel like somebody asked this question. I just want to verify. Are the numbers that they have on here correct? Like we can keep it as they're requesting funding for 10,000 and we're funding 9,500.
No answers. No takers. Temple?
May I redirect Senator Wanjin's question to Brody?
You may.
Brody, is there a definitive answer or at least some sort of answer to what Senator Wanjin had asked regarding precedent on this matter?
So the answer is I'm not sure. I don't know of any other precedent, and I fully respect Tyler and ORS's research on that. The thing I know, there are other organizations that have done competition events that have brought in non-students, but I can't think of any specifically that are like not on campus in that way. So yeah, without a specific answer, I will defer to ORS's research.
With that.
Sorry, can I answer a question I believe the D-Leg or
Yeah.
Temple asked me? It was about the food generally. I want to make sure I looked 100% before I gave an answer, because I knew an answer in my head, but I want to make sure. If it's not on campus, they don't have to abide by that rule, but they do generally, from at least the experience I looked into with fiscal bills is the food has to be available to everybody, not just specific people. I guess it's up to us what we want to do, because there's nothing saying in Title 8 we have to, make them do that. So.
Question has elapsed. We're in debate unless you want to extend or speak on it. Delag?
Motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll go Borges Temple.
Sorry. Hi, guys. Thank you for being here. I know last year you guys requested like the exact same thing. Your previous board did a good job with everything you needed to with spending your half and our half. Can you guys explain to me a little bit the post-funding process, just so I make sure you guys know it? And if not, I can fill in gaps.
The post-funding process? Yes. So I know we have to submit ERFs for anything that we're requesting. So, for example, the food, the media, the venue, those all would be submitted through ERFs. And then anything that we fund, we submit receipts for at the end. I believe that's mainly the post-funding thing. Is there anything?
Anyone else? Borges?
Sorry, they asked me to add some gaps. May I?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, the only things you missed out, you did really good, is that you have to make sure you use at least 80% of our funds and contribute 95% of yours. But, yeah.
Anyone else within questioning? If not, I'll take a motion.
Move to go to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Yaman Chili Manjan.
So, South Asian dance traditions are important. They're very rich in diversity. There's dances across India, ranging from Bharatanatyam to Kuchipudi to Ras, which I believe involves a lot of dandiya sticks. In my experience, when I went to the Garba that was hosted by ISA a few weeks ago, dandiya dances are really fun. They bring people together of various communities, and I wasn't very good at them, but I had fun. And so I believe that the teams that are competing in Ross Rampage will do so as well. There's a large Indian population in not only in Central Florida, but at UCF, in the state of Florida as a whole, and in the USA. This is a good event to bring people together, to celebrate their heritage and culture, and also extend that culture to everyone else who would be interested, who would see these performances in the audience. And so I would love to see Ross Rampage be a success. And so I will be voting for this bill, and I encourage y'all to do the same.
All right, and Wanjan.
I love this event. However, I think it's really important that we not fund things that are going primarily to non-UCF students. So I think that if we're going to provide funding for the food and the merch and the snacks, we need to be upping the numbers so that they can be for everyone rather than just the teams, because it's not I don't feel it's appropriate for us to be funding stuff that is just intended for those teams.
Delag and then Borges.
This is kind of a question for Senator Washington.
You may.
When you say upping the numbers, do you mean kind of them requesting more food so they would be able to provide food for UCF students?
For any of the things that are specifically intended for the teams right now, like it says that the merch is intended mostly for the teams. I think anything that is written at the moment that it's supposed to be specifically for the competing teams, we should be upping the number so that they're purchasing enough for anyone who's going to be at the event.
Excuse me. Kringle. Oh, wait. I said Borges. My bad. Borges and then Kringle.
Can you just see my amendments to the reversion date and the VPF due date as technicals, please?
Yes, I will. All right, Kringle.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Wanjan's statements. I would like to hear more debate on it as well from everyone else, but I'm not too comfortable with funding and using student funds specifically from UCF students to fund things that primarily go to teams outside of UCF and to non-UCF students. So at the moment, I'm kind of iffy on this bill, but I'd again like to hear some of the debate if we can.
Temple and then D-Leg.
A quick question to the Senator, Senator Wanjin.
You may.
What is the amount of funds that you would feel most comfortable with putting on the legislation? Do you have a number in mind?
Brody, can you go back to the slide, or can somebody go back to the slide that said how many people were in the competing teams? Or if the RSO can give me that number.
160.
Then I'm probably comfortable with the numbers that were currently for 250 people. I'm not exactly sure how much Lazy Moon is intended and how much merch there actually is, because I don't have the quotes like on my computer. But upping those to a number where at least 250 people can get them.
Who was next in line? I said D-Leg.
Two, if I may.
You may.
The first one, can you see my amendments as technicals? I just adjusted the cost numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And then two, I was going to ask, I feel like Temple was going to ask a question that he should ask before I ask my question. So can I use Temple?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that, okay, I thought it was can you guys break down how you're going to distribute your merch and your food for me one more time?
So yeah, go ahead.
So for food, the Qdoba will just be at the mixer for anybody who does attend, so all UCF students will be able to pick that up. For the merch, we do plan on tabling a little bit around campus to promote the event. Really do want a lot of people to come to this event. We think it's really important to celebrate South Asian dance, especially, so UCF students will be able to pick it up there. We'll also be handing it out at the venue for people to pick it up.
Can I direct a question to the RSO?
You may.
How many UCF students are you intending to have at both the mixer and the event itself?
So we don't really have like a strict cutoff. We're not gonna stop anyone from coming in. Based on our venue capacity, we have 450, I think was the number, and 160 will just be seats for the team. So we do have around, I think, 300 seats. Last time we had a completely sold out show, which was very exciting for us, which is why we kind of got a bigger venue, hoping that we would get more people to come in. So we don't really have a strict cutoff, if that makes sense. Everyone is welcome to come in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Approximately how many students did you guys have last year?
About approximately 200.
250. Yeah.
Is there a motion to extend questioning by 2 minutes?
Can we make that 3 minutes?
Yeah. Is there a motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes? Wanjin, you object?
We're in debate.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Is there a motion to, no, sorry, Temple, go ahead. I'm so sorry, guys.
It's ironically enough, it is a question
Okay.
I wanted to direct to whoever amended the numbers, because what I'm seeing on the budget lines here, it shows that the bill is supposed to cover $10,384.44, and the Rouse Rampage will be covering $9,500. But the bill suggests that it is the exact opposite. Can somebody please clarify that for me, please? I think I may be losing my mind here.
I did that. It was a mistake. I'll change it.
Okay. Wanjin?
Okay, so I just looked at the bill and noticed that it says the expected turnout is 450. I think we should be upping the numbers for like the food and stuff so that they are hitting at least a total of 450, which is 300 students. I don't know those numbers, so we need the RSO to get quotes that we can put on the bill, but yeah.
Is it in the interest of the body to table? Or, okay. Is there a motion to table what fiscal bills is? Fiscal Bill 5526. All right, we'll revisit it. I'm going to motion. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not feeling well. I need to get some water and so I'm going to recess at 9:32 p.m. to come back at 9:37 p.m.
We're next. Yes.
Give me a second. Chair Borges, are your RSOs thoroughly prepared to be seen on second reading?
So I was not informed that I was representing the first RSO, so I have no clue, but the second RSO is here. I believe the first RSO is here, but I haven't contacted them because I didn't know I was representing them until today.
Okay.
Yeah.
The pineapple.
They should be here.
Pineapple, are you here? Yeah. Okay. Theme park, are you here? I think Tyler said y'all are here. Okay. Pre-dental, are you here? Okay. Dang, I left you alone. Photonics West, or what are they called? My bad. Society of Optics. Who's seeing that? Casa? Oh, you're doing it. Okay. Okay. We'll get through these and then. Okay, so we will see Fiscal Bill 5527, funding for Pineapple Theater Club to host Footloose the Musical at Rosen College of Hospitality Management on April 4th, 2024. Introduced by Chair Borges, but the Pineapple Theater Club is here themselves.
Hello, members of Senate. I'm Andrew Sickles. I am the president of Pineapple Theater Club. This is Kendall, our treasurer, and we are looking to put on Footloose the Musical in April 4th through the 7th of next year, and it'll be at the UCF Rosengarten Auditorium. Oh, I should probably hit next. So what Pineapple Theater is that we offer theater opportunities to students who aren't majoring in theater or just accessible to the Rosen campus. So they get hands-on experience, whether it's being in the cast or being backstage or stuff like that. Easy access to opportunities since we are all on campus, and then variety of opportunities, meaning they could be in marketing, they could be in management, they could be backstage, like I said, or in the cast as well. How does it help UCF, the community? Rosen gets a chance at theater since it really is mainly on main campus. Management positions, UCF is very big, of course, being a management school. Students get opportunities to be in management positions to help them further their career and put on their resume. And then we also expect for our last show to host students at high schools to come in, see our show, and they get a Q&A at the end of it. And they ask questions and we'll tell them about how it's like to be in college, not majoring in theater, but also doing theater as well. So last year's success, ticket sales were about 4,600. Attendance was about 25%. We plan to double that this year with it being Footloose. I think Footloose is a bigger name than Into the Woods. And then around 32 students were participated last year. We're expecting about 42 this year. With marketing, we plan to put posters around campus, TVs, and then community service. We plan to do some community service that kind of relate to Footloose, like maybe churches, stuff like that, and also get the word for us. Social media, easy, Instagram, YouTube, stuff like that. I think also marketing to the high school students as well, that'll help build our sales and people who come to the show. Fundraising, we normally do a GoFundMe. Last year, we raised a little under, I want to say $3,000. We also reach out to businesses to put their names in the playbills. They'll pay for that spot in the playbill, stuff like that, and just other stuff. And then here's what our quotes are. It might be a little bit hard to read, but the show rights are 3424. Our bill, the Senate is where we want them to help us pay 3,500. That's just basically covering the show rights for us to be able to do it. Venue will be using the Darden Auditorium. Set will be 1216. Props around 700. Costumes around 700 as well. Mics and audio is about 1860. Scripts another 300. Equipment 200. Concessions 300 as well. And then on the left is a screenshot of our contract that we have with Concord Theatrics. It's kind of a breakdown of what we have to pay. There are quotes. The top left are the mics. Top right is the keyboard. The bottom left is for the set, and then the bottom right is for our scripts. And then I think that is it.
We are now in questioning. Are there any questions for ours? Lax and Samilo.
Yeah. Does somebody need to be a Rosen campus student to apply for this?
No, it's just UCF students in general. Yep.
Samilo.
How much are tickets?
Tickets are $15. But for UCF students, it's free if we use SGA. But for non-UCF students, it is $15.
Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Wanju?
Is there a reason props and costumes weren't included on the bill at all? I understand that like some of the costumes might not have been able to be fundable, but
It's mainly of what we can try, and we needed to get 50% of it, of course. So we thought that only covering the rights would help us. And if we can't succeed that or reach that 50%, we don't want to be in risk of being flagged. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
I can't.
Yeah, this is just like a question. What was the attendance equals 25%? What was that meaning like exactly?
So, you want to?
Because I saw you guys had like 4,500 in ticket sales, so I don't think that's like.
So Darden can host, I believe, like 400 people, like
about a little over 400. Yeah,
we're gonna have like 4 performances, and each like performance will like have like around like 100 people, like per performance.
A little over.
100.
But yeah,
we're just using that based off last year's because we did last year's. That was using those numbers.
So you said you had 4 performances and each one had like 25%. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
We usually have.
Okay. Cool. Got it.
Warehas?
Thank you guys for being here. Do you guys understand the post-funding process, or do you want me to re-explain or fill in any gaps?
I mean, we heard it with the past one, but
I don't mind hearing it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, please.
So basically, this bill has to go through a long time of signatures and stuff. Then you'd be reached out by an accountant from the business office. They process your stuff. You have to submit what's called ERFs, expense request forms. Make sure you use at least 80% of our half and contribute 95% of your half. Keep all the receipts of everything you pay for because I need those. You have to submit those to me. It's on the bill. The due date is May 13th for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Temple.
Seeing no further questions, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Donahue? Oh, pleasure.
Although we are going to disagree about our opinions on Into the Woods, I definitely am a Sondheim girl.
Yeah.
I think this is a fantastic program. I'd be urging everyone here to vote in favor of it. Also motion to see my amendments as technicals. They were a couple of grammatical things. Brody already approved of them. Just letting you know that was made. And yes, this sounds like an amazing program, and break a leg.
Thank you.
I'll do Jason, Vasquez, and then Lax and Temple.
As an ex-theater kid, ex-techie, I absolutely love that you're doing this. I might actually sign up to do this. Because I do find it so interesting. I think that this is a really great opportunity, not just for people who would like to be performers, but also for backstage, also for management. And yeah, I hope you guys do really well.
Thank you.
I said Vasquez. Okay.
So last semester, I had the privilege of actually going to see these wonderful people perform in Into the Woods, and it was amazing. I went twice to support some of my friends on the show, and it was great. I can vouch for that. They really know what they're doing. The production scale is really awesome. So I will be voting in favor, and I think you all should too. Lax.
Just a little deep dive into hidden lax lore. I am also a theater kid.
Yeah.
I've done everything from being an actor to being a stage manager.
Yeah.
I'm going to be voting in favor of this. I urge all of us to do the same. It's a type of experience that I think everyone should have and not be limited to theater majors.
Speaking of people not being of theater, I was not raised by theater, but I was raised on Kenny Loggins, and I love that song. But decorum setting back in, this is a very unique opportunity. I don't think I've ever seen a piece, something being funded like this in my entire time in Senate. And I just adore the fact that you guys are bringing back something like Footloose, which I do find superior. Sorry, Senator Donahue. We can argue over it at some point later on. But in any case, I will be voting in favor of this piece of legislation, and not just because the ghost of Kenny Loggins is screaming behind me to do so.
Samila,
May I retain?
you may.
All right.
Is that debate, Kringle? Okay.
So I love Footloose. I grew up on it. My mom and I used to watch it. I will be dancing to the song Footloose in the back. Catch me there. With that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 26 to 0 to 1, congratulations. It has been passed. All right, next up, we have Fiscal Bill 5527, funding for 12 members of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association to travel to the FTPLA Europe Executive Management Shadow Week in Europe from April 2nd, 2022 to April 12th, 2022. Future Theme Park Leaders Association, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Patrick Weller. I am the current president of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association. I am joined today by our secretary, Zachary Koval. We'll be presenting on our 2024 Europe Executive Management Shadow Week. So first, a little bit about FTPLA. We are the largest student organization at the Rosen College. Last year, we had 131 dues-paying members. And currently on Night Connect, we have over 200 members registered. Each week, we talk about theme park news at our weekly meetings, careers. We host guest speakers. In the past, we've included all 4 Walt Disney World vice presidents, as well as a vice president panel from Universal Orlando. And we do site visits to all the major theme parks in the Central Florida area to immerse members in theme park management. Every December, we do an annual week-long trip to Shadow Southern California parks. And this past spring, we began a Europe Executive Management Shadow Week program as well. So this Europe trip allows students who are actively pursuing a career within the theme park industry the opportunity to shadow and network with executive management in various departments of multiple theme parks in Europe, while conducting research to expand knowledge within the theme park industry. These departments include food and beverage, merchandise, sales, marketing, park services, entertainment, attractions, and more. And our goal in coordinating this conference is to help students learn relevant academic and professional information through networking with various leaders and managers within the theme park industry. So we bring a total of 12 students, including executive board members and dues-paying members that are selected through an application process consisting of a professional application and an interview with executive board members. We're looking for professionalism, experience, knowledge, and passion for the industry, organization dedication, career impact, and more. So some benefits to UCF. It further spreads the name of UCF and the Rosen College internationally by exemplifying professionalism and ambition. This is great, especially to promote the new theme park and attraction management degree that just began this semester. It provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to members to help them develop career goals, build a professional network of industry professionals, and provide job opportunities. It also allows them to explore the differences between American theme parks and European theme parks, including different operations, laws, and more, as well as learn park operations from the management level, and further develop an opportunity for students to travel and learn abroad without participating in a study abroad. Additionally, theme park professionals and hiring managers have mentioned that students lack awareness of international operations and of parks outside their direct view. While everyone knows the big parks like Disney and Universal, knowing of other parks around the world will differentiate UCF students, which is important as theme park companies seek to expand worldwide. So this is our itinerary for the trip. We will be utilizing Iceland Air to leave Orlando via MCO at 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday, April 2nd. And then throughout the trip, which ends on April 12th, 2024, we will be traveling to Disneyland Paris, Europa Park in Rulantica, Phantasialand, and Efteling, staying at various hotels at those locations as we travel throughout Europe. And then returning to MCO via the Brussels airport on Friday, April 12th. As I said, our travel plan for the flights is to use Iceland Air, departing from MCO and arriving at Charles de Gaulle Airport in France, and then returning home, leaving from the Brussels airport back to MCO, and we'll be utilizing trains, metros, and buses between the different parks. So here is the breakdown of pricing. The various hotels will cost a total of $8,490.27. For our flights from Iceland Air, the quote we got from the end of October was $965.20 per person for a total of $11,582.40. And then we do have a couple of registrations, which allow students the ability to meet with park management on site and learn from them in a hands-on environment, understand operations from the guest perspective, and directly observe the differences from American theme parks. This is important as managers frequently stress the importance of understanding the operation from a guest perspective, as our industry is primarily driven by guests and their experience.
1 minute remaining.
Okay. That is a total of $3,526.20, making our total applicable cost $23,598.87, and our total requested funding $11,799.43. Here is a breakdown of the costs per hotel, totaling to that $8,490.27. Here's a breakdown of the registration costs, totaling to $3,526.20. Making our total cost after funding $11,799.44, which FTPLA will pay with a combination of dues, fundraising, and trip costs to members. We do have 2 financially trained officers, myself and our treasurer, Samuel Grimm. And we do understand the post-funding process, and in the event a selected member can no longer attend, we will have an alternate list of backups to choose from. We typically have 30 to 40 students apply for these types of trips. Thank you.
Questions. Temple.
Well, you kind of knocked the ones I would typically ask out of the park, but I guess more so a question of curiosity. What made you choose the particular sites you have listed out in this legislation?
Yes. So this previous spring when we traveled for the first time, we were able to visit Disneyland Paris, Europa Park, and Efteling. The main reason we chose those is because of contacts that were either previous Rosen graduates or that our professors had contacts with. They were able to get us in contact with members there. And then this year we decided to add Phantasialand because we were able to find some contacts as well and get in contact with them.
Okay. Any other? Samila?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. Anyone wishing to speak? Samilo, then Temple, then Borges.
Oh, I was going to retain, but
okay.
Tyler said fine.
Yeah.
Did you still want to talk, Temple? Oh, no. Okay. May I retain?
You may.
Okay. So I feel like a lot of the questions were answered during CRT. They've come in for both CRT and into Senate a lot. to get what they needed. So I see no reason why we shouldn't fund them. They're pretty good with the post-funding process and all that stuff. So with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5527. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. That's not it. It's okay. I was like, wait a second. It's 10 more again. With a vote count of 26 to 0, congratulations to Fiscal Bill 5527 passes on second reading.
Thank you.
We'll go after these two because yeah. Fiscal Bill 5529, funding for 21 members of the Pre-Dental Student Association to travel to the GMT missions in Panama from March 16th, 2024 to March 23rd, 2024, introduced by Senator Federico. You are summoned. Let's go. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Before we begin, everybody, my name is Jacob Lawrence. Very nice to meet you guys. I'm the PDSA's volunteer coordinator this year. And some of what I do is, of course, control everything and facilitate everything volunteering, as well as contribute to all the clinical workshops we host.
Uh-oh. Wake up. What happened? No, you're still good. What happened? Okay.
So when we would go to the service trip is March 16th to March 23rd, 2024. This is during spring break. And where we would be going is Las Tablas, Panama. And why we want to do this is to serve those in need while further solidifying one's passion for dentistry. Of course, the goal of our club is to help free dental students become competitive applicants for dental school. So, and I feel like this trip will definitely help members, especially in their interviews, just talk about different experiences they have in another country. And members attending will be assisting licensed providers in the country of Panama, and as well as teaching children and adult oral hygiene instruction. In these provinces that we are going to, oral hygiene instructions are not really given. It's not really a priority, and we will be going out there and helping out with that. And our organization has created a GoFundMe, and we have reached out for support from family, friends, community sponsors, and we also have planned future fundraising events for our club, such as car washes, and also we're planning to have a talent show soon. So, yeah. How do we go to the next one? Oh, there we go. Okay, and here are some of our past trips before. We went during 2017, 2019, and this past spring break as well. So we're very excited to go back. And our members will be covering their personal registrations during this. And our organization is asking for mainly funding with the traveling as well as the lodging. And also, of course, like I said before, we plan to have 21 pre-dental students who are traveling obviously from Orlando to Panama. And a single round trip currently right now stands at around $850 per individual. And the total cost for air travel will be like roughly around $17,850. And lodging is $50. So I wanted to get this clear. Like we are planning to go to 2 hotels. Like right when we fly in, we're going to be going to a hotel near the airport. And each costs about $50. And the first night and the last night we'll be staying in Panama City. And then during the week, when we go to the clinical sites, it's also roughly around the same price, $50. And we're going to stay there for a majority of the week. And the total will be around $18,400. And PDSA, we do plan to contribute around $9,400. And we do request from Senate about $9,000. And I do request if we can actually make it 50-50. I'll just, put a rough estimate. But yeah.
All right. We are now in line for questioning. Any questions? Wanjin?
If you could clarify the lodging math, because currently we have 550 on our bill. Is it supposed to be 550 per hotel or in total? Because that math doesn't go to total.
Sorry, Wanjin, you have to repeat your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
You're gonna have to repeat it. The mic was on. Sorry.
Okay. I was asking about the lodging. Is the number on there 550 per hotel? Like you're getting two different 550s, or is it just because 50 times 2 times 11 is 1100, not 550?
Is 1100? Yeah, so that's for just one of the. Yeah, that's just for both, like each hotel sort of thing. So, yeah.
So just to clarify, the total should be 1100.
Yes, the total should be 1100. That was my bad.
Anyone else, Temple?
I guess it's kind of the bounce off of that. To further clarify, are you staying for 2 nights in both hotels? Because the legislation we see here, it says one is at 2 nights, the other's at 5 nights.
Yeah. So the first and last night will be in Panama City, so that's one hotel, and then it's 5 nights at the clinical site. So yeah.
Understood.
Borges and then Wanjin.
So this one's actually for the D-Leg. Sorry, again. If you can confirm the number that they've gotten this fiscal year, I got it from, I believe, FAO, just one allocation, but I didn't look I looked in CRT, but I don't know 100%. I'll make sure it's accurate.
I'm gonna do what you said, but I just want to. Sorry, I just want to confirm the math. My total. I don't know if I'm doing the math wrong. I'm getting 18,950. I don't know if anyone else can confirm that.
Katrina.
To the RSO, is the lodging at the clinic site free, or is that one also $50 per night?
That one's $50 per night.
Okay, so should it be 50 times 7 nights times 11 rooms?
Well, there's each hotel. It's both roughly around like $50. Like
Okay.
each one, like one hotel, like when we fly in near the airport, it's $50, and then the one where we go near the clinical site is also roughly around $50.
So there's one hotel that's $50 for 2 nights for 11 rooms, and one that's 55, 11, and we should be adding them together.
Yes.
Sorry, this is related to like the phrase GMT missions. Is that like a phrase where both have to be together, or could it be like GMT service trip? Because we classify this as a service trip, and I don't know how Dr. Frame feels about it. If she's like, oh, a mission, is that religious related? We're not going to fund any actual missions. Does that make sense?
Can you kind of clarify?
Yeah.
I'm so
The
sorry.
question was like, does GMT missions, is that like a phrase that has to be together, or can we make it GMT service trip?
GMT, that's just the company itself. So, like,
company.
Yeah.
Temple,
Question to Senator Wanjin.
you may.
Upon receipt of the numbers you got, I did the calculations on my end. I got $3,850. Is that the number you're at least coming closer to?
That's exactly what I just put in the bill.
I'm blind.
You want to speak? What's your No? You?
Just want to confirm, Chair, that's correct. That's the number I got to.
Anyone else? If not, is there a motion to move to debate? All right, we're now there. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Wanjin?
Move to see all my amendments as technicals if you want.
Sorry, give me one moment. Open it up. Alrighty. Yep, I'll see them. don't know whose that is in the last whereas clause, but I'll see that too. If that is what you said is correct, right? Y'all said okay. Temple.
Move to see my amendment as a technical, being the therefore be it enacted clause, clarifying that the Senate will be providing $10,850 upon passage of this bill.
Got it. Anyone else? Vasquez?
I'll be voting in favor, and I think you all should too. I think this is a great opportunity for pre-dental students.
Anyone else? Torres?
May I retain?
You may.
This is great. I'll move to vote.
All right. There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5529. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now there. With a vote count of 28 to 0 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5529 passes on second reading.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, y'all. So I am going to yield the chair to Chair Temple. I thought I could make it. I feel horrible. As you can see, I've been shaking since I don't know when. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to leave you guys with this. When you speak on the resolution, I hate to not be here when you guys are going to speak on this, because I heard that there were issues with ELA Richmond's legislation. I've talked to parties. It's handled. However, when I'm gone, what you say is recorded. Students see that. What I'm going to tell you is make sure that you are debating and speaking on what is in the resolution. We're not characterizing any sides of the conflict or whatever you may call it. We're not characterizing any side. We're not characterizing any senators. We're not going to do that. We're going to have a civil conversation. Please. This has to do with supporting students. So please make sure that you're aware of what you're talking about. You're factual in your statement. If you don't think it's factual, you probably shouldn't say it, but who am I? So that's all I'm going to say. Again, Shane's here. He sees what's happening. I don't know if you know Shane. Shane, go ahead and wave. That's an advisor right there, ahead of OSI as well. So all I'm going to say is please be careful. If someone makes a motion to PPI, when you talk about PPIing specifically, you are going to talk about, you're debating on why you're PPIing it. It has nothing to do with the contents of the bill. So if there's a motion to table, there's a motion to PPI, there's a motion to postpone, you're debating and speaking on the motion. When it comes to the resolution itself, you are speaking, debating, and voting on the contents of the resolution. Please remember what you heard from students, please, because that's who you represent. You sit in a seat that represents 1,000 students. It's hard to see that because you're like, oh, I'm just stating my opinion. You're speaking for 1,000 students in your college. I'm sure when this resolution hit, you were talking to other people. You were talking to your constituents. I'm sure SBA probably heard a few things while they were tabling. Just please make sure that you're representing your constituents. Not saying that your personal opinion doesn't matter, because you also technically are representing yourself. But make sure you know who you're representing. Please be considerate in what you're saying. Please, I beg you, because the community that I want to foster in this chamber is a positive one. It's been like that since we hit the first meeting. I want to continue that. Please be mindful that you have students that have been sitting here and waiting for a long time, for about, 3 hours? Thank you, by the way. So please be careful what you say. This is attached to their identities, their culture, their heritage. They have family tied to this. Please, I beg you, please be respectful as much as possible. I love you all. Sorry that I have to leave you. I just feel so crappy right now. Like I'm shaking so hard that my muscles are sore. So please, thank you, Ethan. You're amazing. I yield the chair to Ethan. Take care, y'all. I will see you November 30th Please look at your teams. I will see you guys soon. All right.
Can you leave the gavel, please, just in case?
Huh?
Can you leave the gavel here?
Yes.
Just in case maybe-
Please don't listen.
Right. So, the floor shall come to order. What now? Yes? All right. Is there, the chair will entertain a motion? Or set?
Motion to move back to fiscal bill 5524 and fiscal bill 5525.
There's been a motion to pick up fiscal bills 5524 and fiscal bill 5525 from the table. Are there any objections? Seeing none, if I'm not mistaken, we were left at debate or questioning? Debate. We'll leave it at debate. Does the RSO have the numbers for the fiscal bill at hand or in question?
Yes. So
can you check to see if their mic is on?
okay. Yes. So on the fiscal bill for Mega Shabbat, there's supposed to be a setup cost as well, and I have a receipt. I have receipts for the setup cost, which includes paper goods, tablecloth, napkins, and the such. And it adds up to 2,500, same as Passover. And if you want to see the receipt, I have it.
Right. All right. The floor is now open to questions or debate on the bill. Any questions or debate? Luncheon?
A clarifying question to the RSO.
You may.
To clarify, that was about the setup cost for Passover or Mega Shabbat?
So there was no setup cost in Mega Shabbat, and they're supposed to be added to it, but it's for both, like the receipts and same tablecloths and paper goods.
Any other questions or debate on the bill at hand? Borges?
Can you see my amendments to how much they had received in this fiscal year, along with dealing more sets to the other bill, the same line, and then all of my reversion date amendments and VPF due date amendments as technicals
For both fiscal bills? All right. The motion, the chair will see those as technicals. Is there anything else? Debate, questions, anything of the sort? Senator Lungin, you have added a setup cost to fiscal bill 5524. Lungin? My apologies. The chair will like to entertain motions in the law while Senator Lungin is figuring out her numbers. No debate? No? Max?
Clarifying, we're at debate now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to say I'm going to be very much in favor of this. The Mega Shabbat event, particularly last year, was a fantastic one. And just as a general sentiment of solidarity, I remember vividly that all three presidential candidacy tickets were at the event. And I think it speaks a lot to the organization and the community that you're able to pull in people that are running for positions to represent the student body and have them understand the communities that they're elected to represent.
Senator Lungin.
Move to see all the amendments on fiscal bill 5524 as technicals. They're just adding that $2,500 cost.
All right. Those suggestions have now been seen as technicals, and I will see Chair Borges's evaluation as a technical. I do believe, though, Senator Borges, you will need to switch the number for fiscal bill 5524 and therefore be an enacted cost. It's been upped by about $9. All right. Borges?
I didn't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Would you like to change the value that therefore be an enacted clause by the 55th at $10,600? Oh, never mind. Forget what I said.
Yeah, I already did it. I thought it was seen as a technical with Wanton.
They were. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers made sense. All right. Anything else for the anything further for these bills? Samila?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the block of fiscal bills. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures for fiscal bill 5524 and 25. All right, with a vote count of 28 to 0, fiscal bills 5524 and 25 pass on second reading. You good to go?
Thank you.
Deal like Morris said, have you received the numbers from Ross Rampage for their for 5526? Would you care to, the chair will entertain a motion?
Motion to pick up fiscal bill 5526 from the table.
That motion has been made. Any objections? Seeing none, fiscal bill 5526 has been picked up from the table. Ross Rampage will now be seen again for 5526. If I'm not mistaken, again, we also ended off in debate. Or right. Yes.
Question for Chair Borges. I remember I asked the question earlier, were we allowed to provide funding since their vendors aren't approved but it's not on campus? I forgot your response to that question.
Yeah, I had to make sure, that's why it took so long. So they can get funding off campus for non-approved vendors, because like off campus, the approved vendors on campus aren't going to deliver it. You'd have to go pick it up. It's a whole thing. It's fine. They can. Just we had discussions that people probably want to continue about whether or not that food can go towards everybody, and we already kind of discussed that. That's the only stipulation that we've established, but it's not official in Title 8. So,
all right. Ross Rampage, representatives of the RSO, would you care to explain the information that you just received?
Yes. So we went back and bumped up the numbers for the food. So we added approximately 200 servings per each meal. So for Firehouse, we added, I believe it was 10 platters. And then, so for Firehouse, we have like vegetarian and non-vegetarian. So there's like, it serves 120 non-vegetarian and then 230 vegetarian, which is, I believe, 100 and something more than we did for the other one. Wait, sorry, that number's wrong. My math is not right. Oh, yeah, wait, yeah. 120, 230. And then for Lazy Moon, we added an extra 6 pies. And then for Qdoba, we just cranked up the numbers because there's not really serving sizes. It's kind of just self-serve. But yeah, we added just more of each thing. Yeah.
All right. Any questions? Karen?
You get the registration for the, how much is registration and what are you using it for?
So basically we, as a part of our affiliation to teams, we do have registration costs. So each team will pay $40 per dancer, and that covers their like transportation. So we do provide transportation from like the hotel to their mixer venue, and then also back, and then also to show venue, and then back. So just to cover some of that cost, we do have a registration fee.
Registration just covers that transportation then?
Yep.
Right. Chair Smilla?
Is that $40 annually, like an annual fee?
It's not really an annual fee, it's just for like the teams who are coming. So the 8 competitive teams that are coming here will be paying that amount, and then for the 4 UCF teams that are performing just as showcase, we just transport them for free.
Decent Mattel.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but did we resolve the merch issue?
Is that a question directed
to the RSO, I guess?
Yeah, so we had talked about how like most of the merch will be given out during tabling before to increase our awareness on campus. We are trying to work with ISA more, which has around, I think, 400 students in it to kind of like gain more awareness to our organization so we can have more people come to show. So most of it will be given out during tabling and such.
Yeah, awesome.
For the senators that have applied the numerical changes, have you agreed to a consensus number? Do those numbers align? Senators Wanjin or Dean Morissette? Senator Wanjin? Right. Do either one of you care to take those up and see them all? Wanjin?
Move to see them all as technicals.
Right. Chair will recognize them as technicals and as well as the change in the therefore being enacted. Mind you, we are in debate, so anybody who is able to debate, Samila?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion's been made to move to voting procedures. Any objections to that? Seeing none, we will now be in voting procedures on Fiscal Bill 5526. With a vote count of 27 to 0 to 1, the Fiscal Bill 5526 has passed second reading. We'll see you on the 30th.
Thank you.
Right. No further. Chair Samela.
I was just actually I don't never mind.
All right. Seeing no further business to be had in fiscal legislation, internal committee caucus time. Chair Hamid.
Isn't there an optics bill to see?
I am so sorry about that. Been a day. Forget what I said about that. Fiscal Bill 5530, funding for 8 members of the Society for Optics students to travel to the SPY Phonetics West 2024 in San Francisco, California. From that date to that date. Senator Acosta? Right. I believe it was Senator Chair Samela.
Fong hasn't answered, and we did pending approval, debating on if he does answer. So with that, is there a motion to PPI Fiscal Bill 5530?
Could you please clarify that?
Yes, I was making a motion to PPI Fiscal Bill 5530 because it was out of timeline unless Fong answered my email in time, and he hasn't answered my email. So therefore, I was just going to PPI it so we don't have to see it.
That motion's been made. Any objections? Wanjin?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
You may.
So it was going to be out of timeline by one day if we passed it on second and third tonight? Okay.
All right. The motion to PPI still stands. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, Fiscal Bill 5530 stands PPI'd. Sorry, Costa. All right. Now we don't have any more fiscal bills to see. All right. Internal committee caucus time. Student body advocacy for 10 minutes. I hereby recess this Senate body at 2. I haven't banged the gavel. The Senate shall stand in recess at 10:25 and shall reconvene at 10:35.
Everyone, hey, no inappropriateness in the Senate chamber. I saw that smooch. During our caucus time, we're going to be seeing Proclamation 5510, which is introduced by Senator Lax. The agenda for our caucus time is in the SBA Teams channel. It's the second one, not the first one. The first one you can't access. So I
just
hereby
only use links from the Senate agenda.
Yes. Thank you, Brody. I call this meeting to order at 10:27 p.m. I don't have a gavel. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Vasquez. Present.
Myself. Senator Acosta.
Present.
Campbell. Oh, sorry. Tattles.
Present.
Donahue.
Present.
Jintel.
Present.
Hashimi. Lax.
Present.
Nava Cruzada,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
Torres Disqua,
Present.
Algera Rep present,
And excuse.
and then Pro Temp Rep.
Also, I ask everyone in the committee to please use your microphones. Since this is live streamed, I'm pretty sure they can't hear us if we don't use microphones. And that's not good. Also, I'm hard of hearing, just a little bit. So approval of the minutes, please take a look at last meeting's minutes, which was yesterday, and I'll take a motion. Senator Acosta.
Motion to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they are approved by general consent. Approve of the agenda. Look at today's agenda, and then I'll take a motion. Senator Torres.
Motion to approve tonight's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Are there any objections? There has been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it's been approved by general consent. Motion to move to announcements from the chair.
So moved.
All right. Hey, everyone. So we're just going to be caucusing to see Proclamation 5510. Also, with what we will be discussing today during our caucus time and also later today during Senate, I would like to echo Speaker Holmes' statement earlier. Please engage in civil discussions. We are here to support students. We are all here for that. I would just like to remind you that civil discussions are the only discussions that we will be having. Are there any questions for the chair? Seeing none, announcements from the vice chair?
No.
Seeing none. Motion to move to old business proclamations.
So moved.
We are not there. Proclamation 5510, proclamation condemning anti-Semitism and Islamophobia at the University of Central Florida. I'll take a motion for speech, questioning, and debate. Senator Donahue? 344. There's been a motion for 344. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that stands. Make sure that you can open up the proclamation. If you can't, make sure you use the one that's from the Senate agenda. I'll give everyone a second to open it up. Is everyone good? Can I get a hand raise if you can open it? Can.
I did so good.
Shout out to Vice Chair Vasquez because she actually made the agenda for today. So, Senator Lax, you will have 3 minutes when you are ready.
Thank you, and thank you for making sure we were able to get this caucus time in today. This proclamation was worked out in collaboration, again, between concerned students and student government. Most specifically, this was the result of the conversations we had been having previously vis-a-vis the resolution 5507. As some people didn't feel like their concerns, specifically when it came towards the effect that this would have on campus life, were heard, we decided to introduce this proclamation, which more specifically calls out and defines Islamophobia and anti-Semitism and reaffirms our commitment to fighting against it. If I have time, I'd like to read into the actual definitions. 2 minutes? Perfect. So a briefing paper tailored for the United Nations Human Rights Council, as authored by Professor Imran Awan and Dr. Irene Zempi, defines Islamophobia as a fear, prejudice, and hatred of Muslims or non-Muslim individuals that lead to provocation, hostility, and intolerance by means of threatening, harassment, abuse, incitement, and intimidation of Muslims and non-Muslims, both in online and offline world, motivated by institutional, ideological, political, and religious hostility that transcends into structural and cultural racism, which targets the symbols and markets of behind a Muslim. Of being a Muslim. Sorry, there was a misspelling on that. The student government's definition of anti-Semitism derives from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or the IHRA, which defines anti-Semitism as a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. With that, I yield to question.
With that, we are now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions for Senator Lax? Chair Daedalus?
Hi, I just wanted to know what'll, I don't want to say be the result of this, but like what action are we going to take? Because I know like we like to say like we have action to support any proclamations or resolutions that we pass.
Yeah, absolutely. So this proclamation in its wording doesn't necessarily have much in terms of action. It was kind of one that we put together quickly in order to get it through to be in line in terms of the timeline with the resolution. But I know from communications with members of the community that one thing we'd like to see is having community-driven conversations, specifically so that people can, get to understand all the viewpoints of it. That's something I'd like to look into once this is, or if this is through, in order to make sure that students feel accurately represented and safe on campus.
Are there any other questions for Senator Lax? Senator Torres?
Move to vote.
We cannot move to vote. We have to move to debate next.
Oh, move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Donahue? Oh, do you have a question? Oh, okay. So now we're in a period of debate. Senator Donahue?
Motion to see my amendment as a technical since it was a spelling correction.
I'll say that as a technical.
Thank you. And then additionally, I think this is incredibly necessary considering what is going on at UCF and what is going on all over the country right now. And I think this is something that a lot of people need to hear right now.
All right. Are there any other debate? Also, I would like to say that Brody actually added a thing. Am I able to see your suggestion as a technical, or does someone in the committee have to take it? Oh, so if someone would like to take up Brody's suggestion, he just wrote that in the therefore be it resolved. Haley Donahue. Sorry, I don't know why I said your full name. Senator Donahue.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Motion to take up Brody Taylor's amendment.
I will see that, and I will see it as a technical.
Thank you.
Don't laugh at me. It's been a long day. I know y'all's full names. I just am not used to saying. Sorry to drop the government name. Are there any other debate on this? I'll see at least one more. I would like to echo Senator Donahue's statements, especially after what we have heard during open forum. I feel as though we need to say this statement. The stories that we have heard today we need to be able to learn from them and be able to support our students in any way that we can. I feel as though condemning anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on our campus can be a good first step. I will be voting in favor. And yeah, is there a motion? Senator Acosta?
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to move to voting procedures. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now voting procedures. If you are in favor of this proclamation, please raise your hand at this time. Are there any noes? Are there any abstentions? With a vote count of 11 to 0, this proclamation passes first reading. Not the boom. Okay. I'll take a motion. Eli Richmond. There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
Oh, wait.
Eli Richmond.
Motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Chair Hamid.
Present.
Myself. Senator Acosta.
Present.
Daedalus.
Present.
Donahue.
Present.
Finto.
Present.
Hashmi's excused. Senator Lax.
Present.
Nava Cruzat.
Present.
Richmond. Present. Torres Disqua.
Present.
Algeria Reps excused, and then Pro Temp Rep. 11 out of 1.
With that, I now adjourn this meeting at 10:37 p.m. No gavel.
Yeah, and I was.
Or we'll now come back into session at 10:38 p.m. All right, ENA internal committee reports. ENA, nothing. After that, GAP committee. Oh, I'm in an interesting position, aren't I? Committee meeting minutes. GAP met this week to chip away at more of the legislative priorities, which we will be adopting in committee next Tuesday in order to move the promulgation process along. So fair warning there, GAP committee, you need to get on that ASAP. We will have Representative Escamati in committee next Tuesday to go over some of the legislation that is being seen in the state legislature to provide some insight as to what we can and should lobby for. If the floor would come back into order, please. No side chats, please. Thank you. I will be issuing a when to meet tomorrow to get a gauge of when we can meet in the spring semester. And finally, on this day, I have two facts. One is very special to me. So on the 16th of November, 2007, my life changed for the better when I met my brother, Evan, for the first time. From that day, he has been a brother I have gone on to annoy, support, and cherish. He's a remarkable student, an amazing midfielder, an inspiring captain on his club and school. And he's a fantastic singer. He is very capable of playing various different kinds of instruments. A boy of many talents and inspiring qualities, but one I am very happy to call my brother, and that's who he is to me. Today marks his 16th birthday on this planet, and I can't wait to see what else he can do moving forward. I can't express in words how proud and happy I am of him. I mean, I guess I kind of did, but there's so much more to it than just this little blurb here that I can fit into so long. But happy birthday, Ev. If you're watching this, happy birthday, man. Love you. And if you want to clap, go for it. Yes. And for those really who were pining for history facts, on this day in 1914, the Federal Reserve has officially opened through courtesy of the Federal Reserve Act of 1914, and that's why we have something called the Federal Reserve. Is there any questions for me? Seeing none, I'm surprised I actually got through that without crying. LJR Committee, Chair Youngman Chili.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hello, everyone, and good morning to all those who have not received a good morning yet. LJR met today at 3 p.m. to discuss updating our committee's FAQs on the student government website because those FAQs are currently obsolete. We saw one absence request and postponed it to the next meeting, and we passed on first reading an internal bill that will allow for senators from the UCF downtown campus to have meetings with their respective UCF downtown administration. And with that, this day in history, firstly, I would like to give a shout out to Ethan's brother, Evan. Happy birthday to you. Next, UNESCO was founded on the 16th of November, 1945, shortly after the formation of the United Nations. And this is very cool because UNESCO is the UN organization that helps promote and preserve monuments of cultural and historical importance across the world. That's why we know of things like the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, things like Machu Picchu, the Taj Mahal, the pyramids in Egypt, etc., etc. And another fact is on the 16th of November, 1805, in the Napoleonic Wars, Russian troops under a general named Pyotr Bagration held back the French army, the French Grand Army, under Napoleon, and French General Joachim, I believe Moulart was his name, in the Battle of Schongraben. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. I wanted to give this fact because the movie Napoleon is coming out next week. I am very much anticipating it, and I plan to see it in IMAX. And lastly, as my side ramblings, I'm going to call this Vihans Viva Vox, and I'm going to go off of Vice President Smith's mention of cricket. Yesterday, India defeated New Zealand in the Cricket World Cup semi-final. Today, Australia defeated South Africa, and the final will be held on Sunday in Ahmedabad between India and Australia to see who wins the Cricket World Cup, which is the second most popular sport in the world and arguably better than football or some might call it soccer itself. And thank you very much, and you'll never walk alone.
You know, you say that. You know what? That's for later. Any questions for the LJR chair? We will have that discussion about football versus cricket later. Seeing none, SBA committee reports. Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing all right during this very long Senate meeting. SBA has been very busy these past few weeks, so bear with me as I read this really long report. Oh, sorry. On our meeting last week, we met with the director of the student union, the director of business services, and the resident district manager for Aramark to discuss our dining concerns. The meeting was very successful. All of them were very receptive to the ideas that we had. We discussed the allergy concerns that we had just in general, especially with the kiosks that are downstairs, the efficiency concerns with the kiosks, and about extending hours to the dining halls on campus. With all of these ideas, they were either already being worked on or they are being done due to our asks. They also informed us on their future plans on an allergy-friendly section in 63 South. They also gifted us a 3D mock of it. It's in the conference room if you have seen those tiny little pictures over there. They're really nice. And there's a possibility of a new student dining council, which they told us that they would keep us updated on. They also plan on having multiple town halls to understand student concerns. I really want to acknowledge SBA's hard work in this meeting. It was very successful. Rick Falco, who is the director of the student union, told me he was like, usually when I come to SBA meetings, I leave after being scowled at and want to bang my head into the wall. But he was like, this time I don't want to do that. So I call that a success. Last week, we also saw the college resolutions 5508, 5509, and 5510, and all the web course resolutions. This week, we also saw the college resolutions of 5512, 5514, and then we saw 5507. We also just caucused to see Proclamation 5510. I got to do what CRT does when they read all their things. We also adopted a letter of support for Transgender Awareness Week and Transgender Remembrance Day, which was in conjunction with the Women in LGBTQ+ caucuses. This week, we also tabled a bid for Market Day with FAO and ANSF. I sent out the emails to everyone who signed up for the legislation workshop. I split you all into groups to make finding times to meet easier because trying to get all 10 of you into one room at one time that's convenient, it's kind of hard. Please communicate with your group to find a time for you all to meet. I want groups to meet individually to discuss what the senators wishing to learn would like to write and then starting it up. I asked that senators teaching try to hold back on writing a majority of the bill. I also would like to say our teachers are Chair Temple, Sergeant DeCara, and Senator Wanjin, and I can say that they are probably very qualified to teach the things that they are willing to. I think that the people who will be learning from them will be very happy with what comes out of it. Also, I met with some caucus leaders last week to discuss plans for the next semester and how SBA can help. I do plan to have a meeting like this again at the beginning of spring, so caucus leaders, look out for that. Also, please reach out to me if you have any initiatives that you would like to start up. I want to see you all succeed, even if you're not on my committee, even if I've never even talked to you. In anything that you wish to do as senators that support the student body, please text me. Please send me an email. I'll be here to help. Please make sure that you're taking care of yourself before you are a senator, you're a student. However, before you're a student, you're a person. Your mental, physical, and emotional well-being is important. So take a step back sometimes and enjoy life and make sure that you're taking care of yourself. Also, y'all not to be cringe, but happy anniversary to my amazing partner, Alex. He watches all the Senate live streams and I've never met someone more supportive in my life. He is so supportive of also all my work in Senate. It's so amazing to have a person like that in your life, to have a support system. And yeah, happy anniversary to you if you're watching. I believe he is.
Look, if I can shout out my 16-year-old brother, I think you'll be able to shout out your partner. Thank you, Chair Hamid. Are there any questions for the SBA chair? All right, seeing none. Seeing no confirmations, we will move past. Internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, bills, Internal Bill 5509, updates to Title VI, I hereby remand to ENA. Internal Bill 5510, updates to Title III, removing caucuses from Title III as introduced by Senator Wanjin, is hereby remanded to LJR. Internal Bill 5511, updates to Title III, restrictions on sign-overs, introduced by Senator Wanjin, remanded to LJR. Resolutions. Resolution 5513 updates the Senate Rule 1, 2, 4, and 7, removing caucus leadership from the Senate Executive Committee and Senate rules introduced by Senator Wanjin is hereby remanded to LJR. Resolution 5515, resolution to advocate for the creation for a jobs fair at the UCF College of Sciences, introduced by ILA Pullman, is hereby remanded to SBA. Resolution 5516, resolution advocating for the increase in transportation shuttles to the UCF downtown campus, introduced by the CCIE Senate delegation, is hereby remanded to SBA. Proclamations, 5511, proclamation to designate January 2024 as Mental Health Wellness Month, introduced by Chair Fintel, is hereby remanded to SBA. Special Act 5501, that's something I haven't heard in a while. Creation of Title 14, the Student Government Caucuses, introduced by Senator Wanjin, is hereby remanded to LJR. Right. We are now at notice of legislation on third and second reading. The chair would like to entertain a motion. Karangal?
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate.
I didn't necessarily have us at third reading. I was willing to entertain any other motions as well. Sorry, we'll get there in a minute. For clarity, I didn't mean to move us to third reading. I wanted to see what other things we had first before we move on. Senator, relax.
If at all possible, I'd like to make a motion, specifically once we get to notice of legislation on second reading, to move proclamations before resolutions so that we can see Proclamation 5510 before we see Resolution 5507.
You can just make that motion.
I make that motion then.
All right. We will. All right. The motion has been made to see Proclamation 5510, proclamation condemning anti-Semitism and Islamophobia at the University of Central Florida. Are there any objections? Manjan?
That wasn't the motion. The motion was moving its place in the agenda.
Clarify, please.
Correct. I don't want to interfere with us reading the internal bill 5504. Just once we get to once we get to the second reading and we're past the internal bills, I'd like to move proclamations ahead of the section for resolutions so that it can inform decision. It can inform conversation.
Okay. Brody, could you clarify, please?
Yeah, the way to do that would be the motion that Ethan heard, but just wait until we're done with internal bills, then move to jump down to proclamations.
All right. Okay. I suppose we'll just go from where we were at. My apologies on that. Notice of legislation on third reading. Might as well have to because it's only just one. Internal Bill 5504 updates to Title 13. Samila?
Motion for 1 minute speech, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
All right. There's been a motion for 1 minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we stand on a 133. D-Leg Morissette, you have about 1 minute when you're ready.
Yeah, we've seen this bill 3 times. It's just adding an ex officio seat for the ANSF Budget Committee Chair to ASB, which would be very beneficial as it contains all the agencies and departments, so they can go ahead and communicate everything and stuff that's happened from the moment that committee starts to the moment that committee ends. And I get to questioning.
Oops. All right. We are now in a period of questioning at 3 minutes. Samela?
Move to debate.
That motion's been made. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I do believe that there is an amendment on the floor. Senator Wanjin?
Move to see my amendment with the comma and the director, both as technicals.
All right. The chair will recognize that as a technical. Samelo and then Yalamanchili.
I was going to retain, so you can go first.
Yalamanchili.
Okay, cool. So I was just going to say that I'm very much in favor of this bill because it gives Chair McClellan of the Budget Committee the ability to do his job better and to be able to contact people and collaborate with them on the agency and department strategic planning board. And this will help the work of the Budget Committee. And so I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same. Thank you.
All right. Jason Miller?
May I retain?
You may.
Same thing as I said last time. I do believe that this is a good addition to what they must sit on and a good way for them to learn new things. With that, move to vote.
Right. The motion to vote has been made on Internal Bill 5504. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of voting procedures on Internal Bill 5504. No cross-talking, please. With a vote count of 26 to 0, internal bill 5504 has passed third reading. Yeah, it has passed third reading. All right. I don't know what just happened. All right, we are now in second reading. And for record, apologies for that last one. It's just been a day. Chair Smilla.
Question and then a motion.
You may.
We're seeing the bills first, right? Before proclamation.
The internal bills, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, we will be seeing those.
And then motion for 3-minute speech, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate.
All right, and the motion for 3-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate has been put to the floor. Are there any objections? Seeing none, a 355 shall stand. Internal Bill 5505 updates to Title III, separating no confidence details by position, introduced by Senator Wanjin. Senator Wanjin, 3 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, so basically, this is just separating out the no confidence details by position, as the title says. Currently, the pro temp deputies and the sergeant at arms are all listed in their no confidence section together, which those are the only positions that are combined. Every other position or every other position that isn't like a duplicate of itself, because ORS and LJR reps have the same stuff written out, but that's because they're basically the same position. But any positions that are true different positions have different areas in this vote of no confidence section, and this is literally just breaking it out. There's no difference in the language to the best of my knowledge. The only thing I changed was changing the word resigned to dismissed in the Senate President Pro Tempor's section, because they didn't resign from their position if they were no confidence, they were dismissed, because resigned implies that it was voluntary. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right, the floor now stands in a period of questioning. Are there any questions for Senator Wanjin? Samila?
No question, motion.
You may.
Debate, move to debate.
The motion to move to debate has been made. Is that an objection?
I'm sorry. I'll speak.
All good. All right. Motion to debate is still on the floor. Any objections? Seeing none, we are now in the period of debates. All of those wishing to debate on this bill. DeCara.
It's always good to clarify our rules and everything and all our titles. This is kind of like it from later on, if there was ever a chance we had to go run into issues like this, clarifying it and separating things into their own categories is actually very beneficial. So looking at this and making sure that, we clarified everything, and as she stated, is basically just the same thing and just separating it. I'll be voting in favor.
Chair Samila?
May I retain?
You may.
I feel like everything that's stated in this bill has been stated on the floor previously when we went over the Sergeant of Arms internal bill. I feel like this is a good addition, just so that way everything's kind of stated out and is pretty much clear in our statutes, kind of tacking off of what DeCara said. With that, I will be voting in favor, and I hope you all do as well. Move to vote.
All right, the motion to vote, a move into voting procedures has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in a period of voting procedure on internal bill 5505. With a vote count of 26 to 0 to 1, internal bill 5505 passes second reading. I guess we can clap. Moving right along, internal bill 5506, Senate reapportionment, introduced by Chair Kennel. Seen as the ENA chair is currently absent, will the ENA vice chair take up the responsibility?
Yep.
All right, the 355 shall stand. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
As stated before, this is like statutorily we have to do this with ENA, is basically just we recount the amount of students within the colleges that determines if colleges gain seats, lose seats. So based off of the fall 23 data, I think off of the fall 2024 data was 69,000 students. So there's a total of 69. And then based on the enrollment of fall 2023 within the colleges, we adjusted the numbers. So You'll notice that some colleges may have gained a seat while some may have lost seats. But yeah, move to questioning.
All right. We are now in a period of questioning. All senators who wish to question this bill may do so now. Samela?
Move to debate.
Chair Hamid,
I had a question.
do you wish to withdraw? Chair Hamid.
I was just gonna ask about like specifics, if you know like specifically which colleges seats changed.
DeCara?
Unfortunately, I guess with mine, CCIE went from 5 to 4. If I'm wrong, I think that sciences either gained a seat, College of Engineering gained a seat, and then yeah, a lot of them gained a few, while some like it's only like a 2 or 3 actually lost. Nursing stayed 2, College of Medicine stayed 2, optics stayed 1, undeclared stayed 1, and like a lot of them just kind of stayed the same. The only clear one I noticed was my college.
All right. Are there any further questions for the ENA Vice Chair on Internal Bill 5506? All right. Seeing none, the Chair will entertain a motion. Hamid,
Move to debate.
the motion to move to debate has been made. Are there any questions? Objections? Sorry. Seeing none. Sorry. Again, long night. We are now in a period of debate. Anybody wishing to debate? Samila,
May I retain?
you may. Oh, wait, no. Senator Wanjin.
I'm so sorry. I was just going to ask for my quick number change to be seen as the technical because it says fall 2024 when it should be 23.
Yes, the chair has made know that and will see that as a technical. Samila?
Okay. In ENA, we went over this a few times, made sure all the numbers were correct, put them in like a little calendar thing, not calendar, calculator thing. So I will be voting in favor, and I hope you all do as well. Move to vote.
Right. Motion to vote has been made on Internal Bill 5506. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion carries. We are now in a period of voting procedures. With a vote count of 27 to 0, Internal Bill 5506 has passed second reading. Sorry, y'all. Some of you may have lost your seat in the next election. Internal Bill 5508. Sorry, that was a joke out of turn on my part. Apologies for that. Just wanted to lighten the mood. Internal Bill 5508 updates to Title III. Oh, for Pete's sake. We'll proceed according as though this thing hasn't just gone up on me. Internal Bill 5508 updates to Title III, confirmation of the Sergeant at Arms. Senator Wanjin, 3 minutes when you are ready.
Sorry. So we had talked about this somewhat during the meeting where the Sergeant at Arms bill was seen. The confirmation of Sergeant at Arms has precedent in the Florida House as well as FSU. It's elected in the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate. So there is strong precedent.
My apologies, Senator Wanjin, your time has been paused. For the gallery in the back, can you please keep it down? We are currently in deliberation on a piece of legislation. Thank you. Senator Wanjin, you still remain at 2 minutes, 34 seconds. Thank you, Sergeant at Arms DeCara. You may proceed.
There is strong precedent for having it either elected or confirmed. So it's really important that we have some sort of process where the Senate actually gets to have a say in the Sergeant at Arms. It's also important to note that a lot of the time the Sergeant at Arms is outside of the body. So in the few cases where the Sergeant at Arms is directly appointed, they're usually not a part of the body they're overseeing. I have the language here. It's basically the exact same language as the deputies and the legislative assistants have for being confirmed. So if anyone has any questions, I'd love to hear them. I yield my time.
All right. Time has been yielded back to the floor, and the floor is now in a period of questioning. Anybody wishing to question this legislation, you may do so now. Yalaman Chili.
So this legislation requires the Sergeant at Arms to be confirmed by a majority vote of the Senate. So they will be an elected officer of the Senate, but it also allows the pro temp to unilaterally remove the Sergeant at Arms at any time for essentially any reason. Why is that the case? for an elected officer of the Senate that received a majority vote?
So they're not an elected officer. They're an appointed officer who requires confirmation the same way as the deputies and legislative assistants are. And the deputies and legislative assistants also have the ability to be removed at any time by their overseeing branch head member, whether that's the pro temp or the speaker. It's the same language. If people want to amend it, I'm open to considering it, but I literally just borrowed the same language that the legislative assistants and deputies have.
Any further questions, Samila?
When we talked about the sergeant at arms from our last time talking about it, Pro Temp Aquila DeMarla made it very transparent that the sergeant at arms is not under her. So how come it continuously says the pro temp and not the president?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe the pro temp was already given the power to remove this person. If I'm wrong, please somebody tell me, but I am 90% sure that was already what was written. And they're also currently the main appointing authority. It just requires agreement from the speaker.
May the Sergeant at Arms please clarify?
Yeah, so it's like a checks and balances way. My thing is the pro temp appointed me with an agreement with the speaker, but I do follow the decorum set by the speaker. So it's like a two-part thing, but I do not sit within an office of the two. But I think that the senator I mentioned the pro temp is because the pro temp appoints it. I think it was just more if they can appoint them, they can also remove them.
Morissette?
My question is from previous sessions, as if I'm correct, you were a senator who sat in previous sessions. From previous sessions, how do you feel as if this bill will provide betterment in terms of function to the body?
So the big thing I think is important is that the current standards we have are a lot different from past sessions, because in the past, the Sergeant at Arms wasn't an officer of the Senate. Now they are, so it is important that they are elected or appointed. This Senate session, I've also seen the Sergeant at Arms empowered a lot more than I've ever seen in the past. Usually the Sergeant at Arms is just the designated person to call decorum. They still sit in their normal seat and they don't have the gavel to bang. So I think it's important that if we're viewing somebody as an officer in the way we are currently choosing to view the Sergeant at Arms, that they are treated as such and are elected or appointed and confirmed by the body.
Questioning time stands at 1 minute, 38 seconds. Are there any further questions for Senator Wangin on this internal bill? Seeing no further questions, Morissette.
This is a question for anyone who can answer. If you can't answer, would that require Sergeant at Arms DeCara to have to be elected into his seat again, even though he's currently sitting in the seat?
No, I did very intentionally include, after LJR had mentioned this, whereas clause that says it's not retroactive and does not require the confirmation of this current Sergeant at Arms, just to make it very clear that this does not change the person who is currently the Sergeant at Arms.
I forgot to set the timer. We still stand at 1 minute, 36 seconds. Yes, I forgot to reset the time. My apologies on that. Any further questions? Samila, is that a question? You may, and then Pullman, I'll get to you.
My question is, last year, if I'm not mistaken, the Sergeant at Arms did sit next to Nick Foster, at least for the few Senate meetings that I was there. And you just stated that they weren't. So I just had a question.
I was not in the Senate session at the very end of the session, so that might have been the case at the end, but that was a choice that happened at the very end of the session. So I wasn't around. I don't argue at all with that, but yeah.
Pullman.
I didn't have a question. I was going to make a motion.
You may.
Move to debate.
Motion to move to debate has been made. Any objections to that? Seeing none, we are now in debates on this. Danny, can you keep time for me, please? Thank you. We are now in a period of debates. Oh boy. Samelo, then Yellowman Chili, and then.
Is there a motion for a non-senator to speak?
That motion.
I'm making the motion.
I know the motion has been made. Any objections to that? AG Moore.
Hi, everybody. With all due respect to Senator Wanjan, I do not like this bill. I think you guys have so many opportunities to remove the sergeant at arms, and I think it's not within checks and balances. I completely understand the precedents from FSU and also our legislature, but the way that we function with our statutes, it's just not the same. And I feel like there's no checks and balances. You guys can remove them in any which way you want. And same with the pro temp. So also having to confirm somebody who's already been confirmed in your body, I think is just so unnecessary, a waste of time. And I just think this is invalidating to the whole checks and balances part. You guys don't need to be confirming someone and having so much power to remove them when they're the one to be enforcing you. So I think that's too much of a reach on checks and balances. Thank you.
Youngman Chili.
Move to see my amendments.
I object.
Do you withdraw?
I do not.
We are now in a pro-con. Right. Yeah, pause it. We stand at 3 minutes, 55 seconds on debate. Pro, as opposed to the objection, that being Senator Wanjan. Con is the original carrier of the motion, Senator Youngman Chili. In order of pro-con, pros will go first for 1 minute to debate their time. No additional hands will be considered. Only pro and con. My apologies on that. So pro will be the yes. The con will be the no. Brody, do I have that right? Fantastic. Sorry, Daedalus. Right. So pros will go first. They have 1 minute to address their case.
So in Internal Bill 5501, the one that instituted the Sergeant at Arms into Title III, we already put in that the pro temp can remove the Sergeant at Arms at any time. I don't think it makes any sense to remove that when it's already under the powers and duties of the Sergeant at Arms, to not put it under the powers of the Senate President pro tempore as well. And then saying that they may be removed using a motion of no confidence is repetitive because that's already written in the no confidence section. We don't need any of these amendments and they don't actually do anything.
All right. Let me set my clock. Chair Youngman Chili, you have 1 minute to state your case, starting now.
Firstly, I don't believe it's right to use pro-cons to debate the validity of the amendments itself, but I do agree with AG Moore. If we are going to make the Sergeant at Arms a confirmed officer of the Senate, I do not believe it is right to give the pro temp unilateral power to sack the Sergeant of Arms. If the Sergeant at Arms maintains the confidence of the Senate body, there should have to be a motion of no confidence to remove them. We are changing this bill to require we are changing the statutes to require a confirmation. These amendments are important. The pro temp now has unilateral authority to sack the Sergeant at Arms because they also have the unilateral authority to appoint the Sergeant at Arms. If that power is transferred to the Senate, then the removal power should also be transferred to the Senate through a motion of no confidence. So in my view, these amendments are very necessary and should be debated.
Your time has elapsed. We are now in voting procedures on this pro-con. Pro for the objection, Senator Wanjan. Con is no for Chair Youngman Chili's vote. We are now in voting procedure. With a vote count of 3 to 24 to 0, the no shall carry. The amendments will be seen. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate on the subject of the amendments? Samila?
2 minute speech, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate.
There's been a motion for 2 minute speeches, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, a 2-3-3 shall carry. Chair Youngman Chili, you have 2 minutes on this amendment.
Like I've said before, I don't believe it is right for the pro temp to be able to sack the Sergeant at Arms using unilateral authority for any reason. If there is a confirmation process that requires the majority confidence of the Senate body, I believe this is a matter of democratic principle. If we are going through the trouble of confirming a Sergeant at Arms in the next Senate session or in previous in future Senate sessions after that, we should also have to go through the trouble of through a motion of no confidence if they are to be removed. And I believe this is important. This is too much power in the hands of one individual to remove, especially when we are giving the power to confirm to this entire Senate body. This bill, as it currently stands, is not consistent with that principle, and I believe that these amendments will do what it takes to make this bill consistent. Thank you.
Right. Chair, the chair has yielded back. We are now in a period of questioning on this amendment. I will go to Morissette and then Senator Wanjin.
Does the pro temp have the unilateral power to also remove her deputies, or would that be kind of a new power she would have just for Sergeant at Arms?
So the pro temp already has unilateral power to remove deputies, but when it comes to the Sergeant at Arms, which is a position that maintains order for all senators in all Senate meetings, I do not believe that should be the case.
Wanjin.
Are you aware that we already wrote into statutes the fact that the President pro tempore may remove the Sergeant at Arms at any time in 304.8 when we wrote the powers and duties of Sergeant at Arms into statutes?
I'm well aware that that is the case. I just don't believe that it is consistent to have to give the pro temp unilateral authority when we are giving the entire Senate body the power to confirm an officer of the Senate. Right now, it's they unilaterally appoint and they unilaterally have the power to remove. And if we are passing this bill and giving the power to the Senate, the power to remove should also be given to the Senate. And I believe this is a matter of democratic principle.
Follow up, Wanjin, and then I'll get to you more.
Do you believe that your amendment will remove the pro temp's ability to remove the Sergeant at Arms? Because this is not the place where we already wrote it into statutes.
I do not believe it will, but again, it's. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But yes, I do believe that these amendments will give the power of removal of the Sergeant at Arms to the Senate rather than explicitly codify the pro temp's ability to unilaterally remove.
Follow up.
Do you understand that the pro tempore's ability to remove the Sergeant at Arms is already codified in our statutes?
Yes, I do, and I believe that should be changed.
Morissette, and be advised, we have 50 seconds. Morissette.
Motion to extend question by 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Right. The motion has been there's been a motion to extend question time by 2 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now currently sit at 2 minutes, 49 seconds. Once I get this thing squared away. Right, Morissette, you have a question?
I'd like to direct my question to AG Moore. So can I motion for a non-senator to speak?
The motion has been made. Any objections to that? Seeing none, you may.
What would be your opinion? Like if if Chair Gallivanchili, with his amendment, it would kind of directly oppose what's already in statutes with the internal bill 5501. So what would be your opinion on that?
I don't think it would work, and that's why I'm against this bill, because just being able to confirm someone who is enforcing you, for example, the president can't fire me from my job as attorney general, but he can recommend to you guys to fire me if he wanted to do so. That's with the checks and balances, because my job is more like enforcing, kind of like the Sergeant at Arms. I think you guys, because the pro temp can remove him at any time, there shouldn't be the power for you guys to confirm him. Or we could flip it to where you guys could confirm him, and you take away the power from the pro temp to remove him at any time. So that's where this situation is getting a little bit more complicated than I thought. But it needs to be one thing or the other because of the checks and balances. You know what I'm saying?
Wanjin, then Youngman-Chili.
If I added an amendment to also the Sergeant at Arms section that removes the ability for the pro tempore to remove them at any time, would both Chair Youngman-Chili and AG Moore be comfortable with the confirmation process?
Can I ask a question? So would that have me go in and remove the other portion saying that she can appoint him at any other time? Would that give me jurisdiction to do that?
I was just going to add it to this bill.
So you're saying you're going to remove the power from the pro temp to remove the sergeant at arms at any time, only to have the power to appoint them, and then Senate to have the power to confirm them. And then keep all the other factors that may be possible to remove the sergeant at arms? Let me think for a second.
Chair Yamamanchili, you are also directed.
I believe that works.
Right. We stand at 59 seconds on the clock for questioning on this. Be advised, we are currently at 11:19 p.m. We only have 41 minutes or so remaining in this session tonight. So AG Moore.
Okay, I'm just gonna say yeah, I'm fine with that. And then it's on second reading, right? So if anything else pops up, then we can work together on that.
All right, 57 seconds. Samila.
Move to debate.
The motion to move to debate has been made. Any objections? Seeing none, that motion carries. We are now in a period of debate. Let me reset my clock. Right, we're now sitting at 3 minutes. Samila.
I don't really know what the changes are so far, but after what I heard, considering this is on second reading, I feel like we have a lot of time to think about it. But I definitely would like to hear a lot of debate on this, just to kind of hear multiple sides of the topic.
I want to remind again the floor that we only have about 40 minutes left. So we need to make this debate much efficient. Right. Is there any further debate? Lazo, and then Wanjan.
Just to clarify, is this debate on the amendments or on the entire bill?
It is a debate on the amendment.
Okay, then never mind.
Wanjan.
Move to see my amendments as friendlies.
All right. That motion has been made. Any objections? Seeing none. Oh wait, sorry. Chair Yamamanchili, do you see these amendments as friendlies?
I do.
Right. The original introducer has affirmed it is a friendly. They stand as friendly. Right. Anything further? Samila.
Move to vote.
The motion to vote on the amendments has been made. Any objections? Seeing none, we stand in a period of voting procedure on the amendments to Internal Bill 5508. Oh, Samila?
Sorry, is it both the blue and the orange since it was seen as a friendly?
Yes. Right. We now stand in a period of voting procedure. I would like to remind the gallery as well to please remain as quiet as possible during deliberations. With a vote count of 20 to 1 to 4, the amendment shall stand. We are now back in debates on this bill, on Internal Bill 5508, standing at 3 minutes 55 seconds. Let me get there right quick. Right, Wanjan.
Briefly for Brody, can you fix my numbering? Because I know that upon resignation or removal should be an 8, but I couldn't figure out how to do that fast enough.
Right. Anybody further? Takara?
You're still in debate, right?
Yes.
Personally, myself being Sergeant of Arms, I will be abstaining, but I do see both sides of the argument. How like being something appointed, it's like already be able to remove, like why are we confirming something like that, but also the democratic process of confirming something like this in the student just Senate overall. I do see both sides, but this is something like you should think about thoroughly. Like this will lead into the next sessions overall. But I do understand both sides, but again, I will be abstaining both because of me being the person.
All right. Borges.
Yeah, so this body has a reputation of, especially pro tempores, not exactly following ethics to the closest possible. And I feel like personally I'd be more comfortable with a confirmation. We could all ask questions, we could all make a decision, and then no confidence would be, I think, preferred with that, as long as we remove the power to just remove the person from the pro temp removing the sergeant at arms. So I'm tired.
Lazo.
Just to negate that and that entire comment about ethics, the entire point of it is that
while the Senate President pro tempore may appoint somebody, that appointment therefore needs to be confirmed by majority vote of the Senate, therefore enacting that democratic values. I really don't see how that's an issue of ethics when that will be essentially accusing the entire Senate body of not being able to make an ethical decision upon the Sergeant at Arms. Other than that, I agree with the amendments that have been made. I agree with this bill. I really do think it is a democratic approach to this new position and all the new complications and consequences that come with it. I'll be voting in favor.
Samila.
Move to vote.
The motion to vote has been made on Internal Bill 5508. Any objections? Seeing none, we stand in a period of voting procedure on Internal Bill 5508. With a vote count of 16 to 5 to 5, this internal bill has passed. On second reading, we are now on Internal Bill 5512. But I am blanking so bad right now. I don't know why. Vice Chair Carrington.
Motion to move to resolution 5507 out of respect for the people in the back.
All right, that motion has been made. Lax,
Object.
do you withdraw?
Sure.
All right. Seeing no. Samela?
I was just gonna, I know that the proclamation was wanting to be seen first. So if we did want to do something out of respect for the people in the back, I would motion to see the proclamation first. So motion to see Proclamation 5510.
The motion has been made to see Proclamation 5510. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we now stand in proclamations on second reading. Proclamation 5510. Seeing as we are now in a different area of the agenda, I will say, trash that. We will maintain the 355. Senator Lax, you have 3 minutes when you are ready.
Okay. Thank you. Tonight, we've seen probably record-setting numbers of people coming to the open forum to speak on their various different perspectives on Resolution 5505. In that, they spoke to their various perspectives on the ongoing conflict. What everyone here can agree is that we are tired of facing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia as students at this university. That we are tired of having to feel like we need to justify our existence on the basis of who we are. This proclamation was made specifically to counter that fear, to address it, and to have it, and to moving forward, have student government be oriented around fighting anti-Semitism and Islamophobia whenever possible. I can demonstrate, for instance, that this was something that we all have on our minds by the wide array of people that have sponsored this, including UCF Hillel and the Palestinian Student Association in collaboration with each other, which we could not see for 5507, unfortunately. I think this proclamation marks a very significant step forward in the conversation and will inform our next steps after this session. With that, I yield to questioning.
All right, we are now in a period of questioning. Let me fix my time. Unfortunately, it's not being my friend right now. We now stand in a period of 5 minutes for questioning. I will take Yalamachili, then Samila.
So thank you for this proclamation, Senator Lax. I think it looks great. My one question is, what do you plan on doing after this proclamation is passed to work with the UCF administration on reducing and combating anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on campus so that these behaviors are not faced by our Jewish and Muslim communities?
Absolutely. So I'm sure, as everyone can see, there is very limited talk about the actual action in this proclamation, but through conversations with members of the community, one of the ideas that came up was community-driven discussions between people of both communities to come to an understanding of each other and where our perspectives are.
Samila?
Thank you for making this. And my one question for you was kind of just, to ask you if you could kind of summarize it in a couple sentences for the sake of the people in the back, since this was kind of seen tonight and a lot of people didn't have the chance to read it over beforehand.
Of course. To summarize, this is adopting or readopting definitions that student government has previously held for both anti-Semitism and now Islamophobia. The purpose of this is to inform our discussion going forward and reaffirm our commitment to fighting both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism whenever possible.
Legend.
I was just curious. I noticed in the last be it further resolved clause, the Palestinian Student Association isn't included in the organizations for the proclamation to be sent to. Did they ask like not to be included in the receivers of the proclamation, or was there something else?
Would it be possible to make a motion for a non-senator to speak just so I can get clarification on that? Because that was something I didn't.
The motion has been, who made that be directed to?
The president of the Palestinian Student Association.
Do you wish to make that motion?
Yes, I make that motion.
That motion has been made. Any objections? Seeing none. The PSA president, would you mind coming up to one of the closest microphones and please clarify that question?
We didn't deny that. We were just not aware that we could be on the receiving end. So we don't mind being on the receiving end. Thank you.
Lungin?
Sorry, can I direct this question to the PSA president?
You may.
Would you like to be on the list of people receiving it?
Yes.
All right. Any further questions for Senator Lax? Simila?
Motion? Can we move to debate?
That motion has been made. Any objections? Seeing no, the motion carries. We are now in a period of debate. I will go with Yalom and Chile, and then Morissette.
Move to see my amendment.
The amendment has been acknowledged. We are now in a period of deliberation on the amendment. I will take a motion for it. Yalom and Chile.
1 minute speeches, 1 minute questioning, 1 minute debate.
That motion has been made. Any objections?
More of a question. Could we not see that as a technical since it was like brought up during questioning?
I forget sometimes the power of this chair. Yes, that can be seen as a technical. My apologies for that. Thank you, Chair Similo. The suggestion has been done by the chair as a technical. We are now still in a period of debate. Yalom and Chile.
I believe this proclamation is great. People on our campus don't deserve hatred for who they are and the faiths that they practice. They deserve love, support, kindness, and compassion. And ever since the conflict in Israel and Gaza started, members in our Jewish and Muslim communities have been receiving hate on this campus. That is really unfortunate. That has no place on our campus, and no students deserve it. And it is a welcome move that we are taking actions to combat anti-Semitism and Islamophobia so that everyone on our campus, and especially the Jewish and Muslim communities, feel safe and feel, comfortable in expressing who they are unapologetically. And so I'll be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone else to do the same as well. Thank you.
All right, we stand at 3 minutes 59. I said Morissette. Did you have debate? I'll see DeKara and then Samila.
Yeah, I think this bill addresses a lot of the sentiment that was expressed during open forum, as well as a lot of the conversations that were had for Resolution 5507. I think it's important that we protect the minority communities on campus. So I'll be voting in favor of this.
DeKara?
As being a leadership, as a chair of a minority group here, every time I write my proclamations, I have the mind of being representation to that group of people, but also allowing them to feel comfortable on campus. That's the most important thing. How are you able to learn on campus if you don't feel safe? So I definitely see this as a very beneficial way, and also understanding that you do want to work with administration, the talks between the groups. That's very much, the proclamations are nothing without the action following. So I definitely will be in support of this proclamation.
Right, Samila? Oh, no. Do you have debate or a motion? Karen? Okay. Email.
I was just gonna say, since there was 3 in affirmation, I was gonna motion to move to
All right.
voting.
Are there any? Right. Sabella, you may.
Okay, move to vote.
The motion to vote has been made on Proclamation 5510. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are there. We are now in a period of voting. With a vote count of 26 to 0, Proclamation 5510 has passed second reading unanimously. The chair will now entertain motions. Samila.
Motion to move to resolution 5507.
There's been a motion to move to Resolution 5507. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the 355 shall stand for resolutions. So Resolution 5507, resolution urging the University of Central Florida to recognize the violence and loss of innocent lives on both sides of the 2023 Israel-Palestine conflict, introduced by Chair Patel. Chair Patel, you have 3 minutes when you are ready.
Hello, hello everyone. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Ishan. I proudly serve as the chair of the Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus. Today, I bring forth a resolution that seeks the formal recognition by UCF of the massive civilian death toll on both sides of the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict and the profoundly negative mental and emotional effect it has had on our student body. While this conflict does not primarily involve the civilian populations in Israel and Palestine, unfortunately, they do bear the brunt of its adverse consequences. These consequences are not just contained to the people in these countries. These consequences are being felt by the students at our university as well. The resolution before you is the culmination of over 4 weeks of dedicated effort involving extensive hours of discussion with representatives from the Palestinian Student Association and the Jewish community here at UCF. Several weeks ago, numerous students voiced their concerns during our Senate forum, expressing that the email released by President Cartwright regarding this conflict left them feeling neglected and underrepresented. As the APIA Caucus Chair, it is my responsibility to amplify all student voices within the APIA community and ensure that their concerns are heard. This is where the idea for this resolution initially stemmed from. This resolution aims to take a humanitarian stance on the conflict. It is neither my intention to take a political stance in this conflict nor take a side. I want to make it clear that this resolution in no way supports the death and destruction on either side of this conflict. I want to focus on the condemnation of the loss of innocent lives on both sides and the extension of support by UCF to students, regardless of their views or stance on this conflict. I also understand that this global conflict has left Palestinian, Muslim, Israeli, and Jewish students feeling unsafe on campus. This is heartbreaking to hear. This resolution also serves as a call to action for UCF to foster a peaceful, safe, and civil environment and combat all forms of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia and protect students from discrimination, hate, bigotry, and violence. I recognize how vital this is considering the large Jewish and Muslim communities present on campus, their affiliated RSOs, and the possible conflicts that may arise between them. Additionally, it is of utmost importance that the University of Central Florida maintains its commitment to inclusive excellence and reinforce a culture of respectful dialogue and inclusivity in the face of complex global issues. Throughout the past 4 weeks, I have strived to craft as neutral a resolution as possible, one that reflects the voices of the Jewish and Palestinian communities, and one that presents facts with impartiality. I encourage each one of you to thoroughly review every clause in this resolution to gain a full and comprehensive understanding of own favor.
We are now in a period of 5 minutes regarding questioning of this resolution. All those who wish to question this resolution may do so now. Takara.
When I was sitting on the meeting, when it was like the first or second time it met, I remember the debate regarding the amount of the numbers being included in the resolution was a problem. And I remember that was heard that if we couldn't agree on the numbers, that we shouldn't include it. But if I'm wrong, that now there is an inclusion of the numbers, I just want to understand what changed. What was the reason for the inclusion of numbers?
So the numbers were included because that is something that the Palestinian Student Association felt was necessary. And we came to a conclusion that the United Nations Office of for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs was an acceptable source on both sides. And I do recognize that at this point, representatives from the Jewish community feel that the numbers should not be included because they do not, the context of the numbers are also not included. But at this point, we decided to leave it in.
Smilla?
Kind of a follow-up. During your speech, you stated that you were writing this for both sides. If that's the case and you only had agreements with one side of the numbers, why is that still included?
We had multiple meetings with the Palestinian Student Association as well as UCF Hillel. And after these meetings, new things were brought up in each meeting, and we worked very hard to come to a compromise on the language. However, after the bill was passed in SBA, I was told that there are some issues that Hillel is not comfortable with, and they decided not to sponsor.
Smilla, follow up?
Yeah, kind of. It's just another question. Was there somebody else?
No, you may.
Okay. So out of the organizations that you chose to speak with about this, it was only PSA and UCF Hello. Is there anybody else that you reached out to? And if not, why?
So I spoke with someone from multiple Jewish RSOs. He represented, I believe, Hillel, Yehudi, Zionists of America, APAC, a bunch of other Jewish RSOs. I also spoke with the Ginsburg Center regarding resources that they provide to students. I included that at the bottom of the resolution. So yeah, just the Jewish community PSA, the Ginsburg Center.
Follow up to that or a second question? You may.
So how come in the be it there like the last resolved, those aren't listed as well? Did they not want to receive?
Who are you referring to?
The other organizations you just stated that you communicated with.
I included the Palestinian Student Association, UCF Hillel, and the Multicultural Student Center. I also included UCF PD and Dr. Guzman, who I believe is the coordinator for the Ginsburg Center.
May the gallery please remain silent while deliberation is ongoing on this resolution. Thank you. Patel, you may proceed.
That's it.
Takara, and then Lazo.
I actually have two.
You may.
Basically, just a question at the bottom. I think they're coming from the ones about like whereas, where it's after caps. Was that something that was decided at one point? The ones like whereas count like with caps, student services, the integrity line. What was the reasoning for including that? I'm just wondering because they just appear in red.
It was brought up from both parties that the inclusion of resources should be included in the resolution, just because this is something for students and it's important that they're aware of services that they're provided to take care of their own mental health.
Second question.
You may.
With resolutions that such as proclamations, there's a reason we wrote these for a reason, and I know you stated in your speech that you wrote these for an intention. Like, what do you plan to follow up with this? Like, what is your intention? Are you like, as what was stated before with regarding like the meeting between the two groups? Are there actually like there are some sort of intentions for that, or something more regarding higher administration?
The intention is definitely for this to go to higher administration and have them heed our resolution. And if that requires follow-up meetings with them, I'm more than willing to meet with higher administration to get that done.
We stand at 39 seconds in questioning time. Lazo.
Motion to extend by 1 minute.
There's been a motion to extend by 1 minute. Are there any questions? Objections? Sorry. Seeing none, that motion carries. We now stand at 1 minute 39 seconds. Lazo, do you have a question?
Can I just have a little bit of clarification as to why the therefore be it resolved part changed the statement from death toll not only in Israel but also in Palestine to but also the ethnic cleansing in Palestine? Can I just get a little bit of clarification on that? Because that was not there like yesterday.
That was not my amendment.
So we may clarify any amendments or suggestions on the page in debate. Any further questions on this legislation? Samila.
Motion.
You may.
Motion to move to debate.
Motion to debate has been made. Move to debate has been made. Any objections? Seeing none, that motion has now carried. We now stand in a 5-minute period of debate. Samila.
Motion to see my amendment. I don't know if you want to see it as a technical. If not, I will be willing to speak on it.
Is this the official title of Dr. Andrews, the individual, or who is this in reference to?
Dr. Guzman, right? Is that how you pronounce it? I looked it up online and that was her official title. I just figured that it would be best to put it in there just so that we have a reference of where that's coming from, not just the name, because most people don't know.
All right, I will see that as a technical then. Although I would recommend somebody putting in an amendment or some sort of suggestion for Dr. Andrews as well. Herrera.
Motion to see my amendment.
Do you withdraw, Senator Herrera?
Nope.
We are now in a position of pro-con. Pro, the objection is Chair Yalamanchili, which is going to be yes. Con is Senator Herrera. They are going to be marked as no. Each senator will have now 1 minute to debate their positions on hand. Chair Yalamanchili will go first by virtue of being the objector. 1 minute when you are ready.
The amendment contains strong politically worded language, which I believe defeats the purpose of the entire resolution and does not yield to a conducive debate environment. I do not believe the Senate should debate this, and I am concerned that it might lead to tensions that we don't want in the Senate, and we do want a civil and respectful debate, and we don't want this resolution to be a one-sided resolution that makes the other side feel left out, and so that is why I object to this.
Senator Herrera, the originator of the motion, 1 minute when you are ready.
I disagree. I feel like this is an important amendment to be seen. It's literally just 3 words, and not only that, I feel like charging this as politically motivated in any sense of the word is very unfair, seeing as how this is just a literal definition that I would be providing in this amendment. I yield the rest of my time.
We now stand in a period of voting on this pro-con. Pro is for the objection, Chair Yalamanchili. Con is for the motion, the original motion, that being the Senator Herrera. We are now in a period of voting. Yes. Pro is yes, Yalamanchili. Con is no. Herrera. My apologies on that. You're good. That's on me. With a vote count of 15 to 4, the objection carries. That amendment the suggestion shall not be seen. I believe we are still exactly at 5 minutes of debate. Lazo, and then Herrera.
I will be voting in favor of this resolution simply because we can sit here and we can argue about the history and we can sit here and we can argue about what's happening. But at the end of the day, there are people that are dying on either side. There are a bunch of people in open forum today that have lost somebody close to them, that have lost a sibling, a relative, a cousin. And regardless of what religion you are, regardless of what color, what race, wherever or whoever you are, that hurts. And we cannot sit here and stand by while innocent people are being killed, murdered, regardless of what your political ideology is. It stops. It is too far in this globe
We are too advanced as a population and evolved as a human being to continue to massacre and murder people who have nothing to do with this. And with that, I believe that we should all vote in resolution of this. Thank you.
Senator Herrera.
Even without my amendment being seen, I'm still going to say this. This resolution does nothing but acknowledge the suffering of a marginalized sector of our community, a suffering which has gone unacknowledged unacknowledged until now. I urge you all to vote yes on this resolution. We have seen many students from different communities show up and speak in support of this resolution, which has been worked on in multiple meetings to find consensus. We have also seen a lack of support for Palestinian people in general, regardless if these are students, faculty, or neither, from other branches of student government or from the university as a whole. I would also like to add that some of the people who were at open forum opposing the bill managed to make the resolution be in their favor when they attended the first reading at SBA. Yet, even though the resolution was changed to represent both Palestinian and Israeli students, these same people now oppose it. These same people referring to what I referred to before, the SBA people. Furthermore, and as it has been seen and mentioned, the single statement made by President Cartwright on October 10th only acknowledged Israeli and Jewish students and denounced the terrorism of Hamas. There was no mention whatsoever of the Palestinian people, regardless of the, as of now, 11,000 Palestinian deaths caused by this conflict and our aforementioned Palestinian constituents. I also ask you to remember our history, specifically how the ethnic cleansing of Native Americans and the segregation of African Americans in the United States and the apartheid against Native Africans in South Africa was seen as normal back in the day. With hindsight, we see that these three events were all crimes against humanity. Again, I urge you all to vote yes, vote with both your heart and your mind, be on the right side of history.
Before we proceed, the suggestion was already seen as a technical already. I will go Pullman, then Takara, Morissette. Okay. And then Richmond. Oh, is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? That being AG Moore. Any objections to that? See none? Moore.
I ask that one brave senator comes forward and motions to postpone this bill until the next Senate meeting until both parties agree.
I'll go to Kara, Pullman, and then Polera, Vice Chair Polera.
Following that, based on what I was actually going to say in my debate, because I cannot see, because both sides could not agree on this, I motion that we postpone this.
Is that a motion?
I motion to postpone resolution 5507 until the next meeting.
That motion has been made. Do you withdraw?
No.
Third, pro con. Pro, the objection is more set. They will be deemed as yes in voting procedures. Con will be DeCara. I am literally sandwiched between the pros and the cons. Joey. By virtue of being the introducer of the objection, Dean-like Morissette will have 1 minute to state her case for why the objection shall carry. And Chair DeCara will have a minute to respond in kind. Dean-like Morissette.
I don't believe the postponement of this resolution will further a solution from both sides. Like Chair Patel said, they have been going back and forth with this with multiple organizations for 4 weeks. I feel like postponing this anymore, one, would put a strain on this body as we only have one meeting left, but also put a strain on the community as it will just be another back and forth motion for the next 2 weeks as well. We're going on break. I feel like as if this is something, if we postpone it, it's going to be postponed because we just don't have enough time at this session to be seen, but not necessarily because they need more time to reach a common ground. Because I feel like that's something that should have been reached. If that was possible, it would have been reached in those 4 weeks.
Chair DeCara.
Reason for that, though I understand that there were good intentions and that you understand the neutrality of this and what you're reasoning for it, if both groups of like those individuals cannot agree on this, I don't believe that we should be, as a Senate, when we represent all the students, should be pushing something where it is sponsored only by one side. And I feel that there should be more time to think about this, and these type of resolutions, these type of topics need time to talk about. And I do understand this is like a very heated topic and a very intricate and very just something that we know it takes time, and I get the 4 weeks, but This is something that if we want to put out as a Senate, as it recognizes all of us and it recognizes advocating for all students, both parties should be sponsoring this, and both parties should be happy knowing that our Senate was able to push this through.
All right. We are now in a period of voting procedure on this pro-con. As a reminder to the floor, pro is for the objection, Morissette. Con is for decara, no. With a vote count of 14 to 13 to 1, does the objection carry? The objection carries. We will continue seeing this resolution. As a reminder to the floor, we have 7 minutes left in terms on this. My apologies. Trying to remember exactly when. I'll just put us at 3 minutes for questioning. Pullman, Wangen, Samilla.
This is debate, right?
Debate, yes.
Okay. So we had numerous meetings with both sides in which we listened, discussed, found compromises. The intent of these conversations were to come to a middle ground regarding the affected UCF students and advocate for these communities. I would like to add that it does sadden me and it also disappoints me that this resolution has become another stressor on one or more affected communities. Again, the intent of this legislation was never to take a side or to polarize this situation any further. That is why we included both communities at the table when discussing this piece of legislation. Regarding the context, the resolution takes into account the innocent lives on both sides that have been lost and the grief and suffering that both sides have endured. There's no measurement or competition on this grief and suffering, and that is not what we are here to do, and that's not what this resolution says or implies. We acknowledge that as UCF students and that this body, we obviously cannot solve every dispute and address every detail that this conflict entails. Instead, we acknowledge that UCF students from both sides are hurting and are facing discrimination based on their identity, and that we do not stand for. That's why this resolution was written, and that's what this resolution says. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage everyone else to do so.
Senator Wangen, you have 1 minute.
I just had a question. If someone misvoted on the last vote, can we just redo it?
Did somebody misvote?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes, somebody could, for the sake of what we're doing here, yes. Make a motion to redo the previous vote.
Wangen?
Move to redo the previous vote.
The motion has been made. Are there any objections? Herrera?
I object.
Wangen?
No, I don't withdraw.
We are now doing a pro-con.
I think Brody has something.
Brody?
I don't know technically what Robert feels about this scenario. I think frequently people will hit the wrong button and they will send me a message saying, hey, I accidentally hit this one, or I misunderstood, I voted this way, can you correct it in the voting record? And we do that all the time. We correct the voting record 9 times out of 10, or in fact 10 times out of 10 up until now. It hasn't affected the outcome of the vote, but we do that all the time where we allow people to correct their votes. To not do it in this case, I don't think is reasonable. I don't think you can take an objection to this. I think you need to just redo the vote.
Right. Wangen's motion shall stand. We are now redoing the vote on the pro-con. As a reminder, pro is for the objection. D like Morissette, to keep going on a deliberation of this bill. Con is for Chair decara, to postpone this until the next regularly scheduled meeting of Senate. We are now in a period of voting procedure. This floor shall remain silent until voting has finished. with a vote count of 12 to 14 to 1. Resolution 5507 is hereby postponed until the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Student Body Senate. I will not have anything. We are now sitting at 3 minutes before the Senate adjourns. Is there a motion to postpone any and all unseen business to the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting? Any objections? Seeing no objections, that motion shall carry. We are now in Senate forum. Is anybody actually? We are not doing Senate forum. We do not have the time. Miscellaneous business, right? And I have these to take care of. Miscellaneous business, reinstatements, non-elections, non-appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Lazo to SBA. Takara, I know this isn't under elections, so we'll switch to that. For elections, is there a motion to open nominations for CRT? Samilla.
Takara's already in CRT.
Wait, what?
It should be resign.
Oh,
To resign, not to join.
so noted. Thank you for that. Right. Sorry. Resignations. I hereby resign Senator Campbell from the Student Body Senate, and I hereby resign Chair Takara from CRT. Is there a motion? Youngman Chili.
Move to adjourn pending final roll call.
That motion has been made. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Chair Youngman Chili.
Let me pull up the attendance real quick. Lazo,
Present.
Herrera,
Here.
Trainer,
Here.
Navacruzat,
Present.
Kenna, absent, Morissette,
Present.
Temple,
Present.
Bourne, absent, Jonathan Polera,
Present.
Caringle,
Present.
Datlas,
Present.
DeCara,
Present.
Butler, absent, Conti, absent, Lausier,
Present.
Fintel,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Rose, absent, Whitson, absent, Yera, absent, Kuroga, absent, Carter, absent, Wanjan,
Present.
Similo,
Present.
Hamayan, absent, Nadella, absent, Patel,
Present.
I am present, Luthra, absent, Acosta,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Hashimi, absent, Duke,
Present.
Torres,
Present.
Holmes, absent, Donahue,
Present.
Lax,
Present.
Lacasse, absent, Polera,
Present.
Federico, absent, Pullman,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
Vasquez,
Present.
Cairo Cervera, absent, DeMarla, absent, Mittal.
Present.
All right. With a count of 29 out of, I believe, 48, quorum is verified.
Sorry. I hereby adjourn this meeting at 12:01 a.m.